All right, we've got YouTube up and running. Yay. Give me a moment here. Meanwhile, CGA, wow. So, somebody asked, I can't predict it's going to pop from here, but you have to, you just kind of have to watch a bit. The AI is a great, you can use it like a watch list. If you miss it the first time, there was the pullback, but trading is, even here at 1447, a little pop out of this area here. There's a dollar right there. If you're new to trading though, you're not going to recognize these things. So, it's impossible for me to say to people, yes, just, you have to, and look at this. Look how whippy it still is. 1567 all the way down to like dropping a dollar in a second. Why? 5.3 million in the float. Well, again, trade ideas, we don't teach you how to trade, Tony, okay? We've got software, obviously the software can be set up to show you situations that you might like to see. That's what the alert window is and our top list windows are, okay? However, I don't know if you saw this, what time is it, 10:16? Usually I do this a little bit later, but I'll just show you this right now. If you click on my home page, if you can find the home page tab in the trading room, and then click on the link. One of the sections here is education. So if you click here, and then you go down all the way, we have some educational videos, but back to basics. Now, if you've been trading before, you might not have to start off with, what is a stock, but they're very short videos that were put together by one of our guys at Trade Ideas, Michael Noss. Okay, and goes over a lot of different aspects of trading. It's geared to obviously somebody who's never traded before because it starts off with what is a stock, but you don't have to. I think they're all, segmented, so you can take a look at that also, okay? Yeah, well, I go over this. There's other information on my homepage. I go over that in a little bit. I usually, around 10:20. So it's 10:17 now. I'm going to go over this. If you're new to, well, you don't say you're new to trading. Maybe you're new to stock trading. Sounds like you did some option stuff. This is a simulator that we have. You're hearing me talk about the simulator. Paper trader using our real-time data. Here's where you can practice trading, to get some confidence in what you're doing before you commit money to the market. But there are a lot of different trading styles in this room. No, this is that other one. CLM just has been, look at this. What a downturn for CLM. Now it's through the 200-day moving average. We saw this one on Thursday and Friday. And there was another one that starts with the letter C, which is the same type of closed-end equity mutual fund. I see it is shortable. I'm not going to short it now. But many times what happens with, I'll check to see if there's shorts available for this one, and there aren't any. And then there are some, I'm talking about interactive brokers, people covering, so the shorts become available again. CRF, thank you. Yes, it was CRF. And it's doing virtually the same thing. Why? Well, CRM, they both say corner. No, they say CR, not CRM, just a minute. CRF and CLM. So they're both, I guess, cornerstone products. MNTK, okay, I'll take a quick look to see what is happening with this. Well, obviously no volume. And when's the last time? Yeah, I don't have any answer for you there, Panda. I have no, it was a SPAC. So is it possible that yeah, I have no answer. I don't see a headline that I can help you with. So Roger, if you have interactive brokers, then you just look underneath your order entry where the symbol is. Right underneath that, it says shortable. So if there's a big green dot, it means that it is shortable right now. And it'll also, if you hover over it, a little box will pop up and it'll tell you how many shorts are available. If it's a faded green dot, it means there are no shorts available right now. And if it's a big red dot, it means we don't. Well, the faded green dot means there are none now. We may be able to locate some for you. But if it's a big red dot, it means we don't allow you to short it at all. So that's in interactive brokers. Okay, guys, it is 10:21. So I think, first of all, before I go into my my spiel, I do have. Okay, I have a more of an official test drive. Before it was the test drive to be notified about the test drive. Now this is the official sign up form. So please listen to me carefully, okay? Test drive May 2021. So this is what you're going to see when you click on this, okay? So the test drive, as it says, it starts May the 10th to the May the 21st for $8.99 for 2 weeks. You'll get access to our full premium service for those 2 weeks, okay? Now, if you can't make it on the 10th, but let's say you make it on the 11th, you're going to get 9 days, okay, instead of 10 days. So it's depreciating, okay? That's number one. Number two, if you sign up now, what you're doing is you are pre-registering. You're not going to get any data until May the 10th. Okay, so please really listen to that, because so many people they sign up and say, okay, where's my data? And our poor support people have to keep answering that question. It doesn't start until the 10th. So all you're doing right now is pre-registering. If you are a standard subscriber right now and you want to test our premium service out for those 2 weeks, you can do so also for the $8.99. Okay, so that is the test drive. Don't know when we used to do them 4 times a year. We're not doing them 4 times a year anymore. The last one was in November. I don't know when the next one will be after this. So if you want to take advantage, though, of trying us out for $8.99, sign up right here. Okay? The other question we get a lot is when the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't automatically put you into a subscription. If you want to take a subscription, there'll be some kind of a promo code, etc. But don't worry, we don't put you into a subscription automatically. Okay? All right, now I'll start my spiel about trade ideas. First of all, before I do that, if you're new to the trading room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, I wish. Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. So what is Trade Ideas? We are scanning software. So this is an example of a scan that I've put together. Okay, this is called Basic New Highs and Lows. And I'm sharing my layout. I'll get into that in a little bit. Sharing individual scans. I'm sharing my layout. So this is a scan I put together. I call it Basic New Highs and Lows. So what I'm looking for here are stocks between the price of 1 and 20. Current volume is at least 4. What does that mean? That means it's trading 4 times what it would normally trade up to this point of the day. So we've got some abnormal activity happening. Minimum 400,000 shares, up or down 4% from the open. See, these are the filters that I'm using, okay, to whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So if a stock meets these filter requirements and it makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks, okay? So that's an example of a scan that I put together. As a company, we decided right off the bat, back in 2003, that instead of forcing people to learn a programming language to create the scans, what we did is we said, okay, let's try to create as many alerts. These are all the alerts. I'm not going to go over them all, but when you see icons that look like that, and then when the icon switches to something that looks like this, these are the filters. So you saw the filters, for instance, give me only tell me stocks between 1 and 20, etc. So these are all the alerts and the filters that we have created, and we feel that for the vast majority of our customers, we've created enough of them so you can combine them to give you the type of scan that you want to see. Okay? So that's kind of the basis of trade ideas. It doesn't matter who your broker is or where you live in the world, you can use trade ideas. Okay, now, next step. Give me a moment. Okay, so if you go to my homepage in this trading room right here, we have 2 trading rooms, okay? We have a YouTube room, which I finally got up and running about 10 minutes ago, I guess. And then this is what I call the main room, okay? The YouTube room is exactly the same. There's no point, they don't have to go to both. It's just not quite as active in terms of the number of posts, swapping of ideas, etc. Okay, but they see my screen and they can hear me just the same way. Just that this is a little more active. It's a lot easier for me to hand out links in this room. This is what I call the main room. So if you click on my home page tab and then you click on the link to my home page, this is what you'll see. So if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, here's a promo code that you can use. Barry4Alpha, all in capital letters, except for the numeric 4, of course, for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. So when you click on Get Trade Ideas, this is what you'll see. We have 4 plans. Oops. Okay, we have 4 plans. We have on an annual and monthly basis the premium or standard. So the premium annual is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard, the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service is because of the AI. I'm going to talk a little bit about the AI later, but it gave you, for instance, CGA, 13.8% right now. The rest of them, not so great, but, one tremendous winner, okay? But that's the normal reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. There are other differences, but that's the main reason. You do not have to take out an annual plan. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. Here's our monthly rates. 118 or 228, you can apply the 15% discount to the first month only. So please listen to me carefully again on that one. First month only. So if you continue as a month-to-month subscriber, the second month, etc., will go to the 118 and 228. More information, my homepage. So you can get the trade of the week. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I think this week's is Cisco. I don't know if it's triggered yet. I do a stock of the day video, usually around noon. You can, again, sign. This is all free. Here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, I think this is a popular area in my my homepage. So here is the layout. Okay, this is the layout that you see that I'm sharing. Now you don't have to. If you have a, you don't have to take my layout, but that's the layout that I am sharing. And remember, if you have a layout up and running, before you click on this and load it, please make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first, because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So my layout would replace your layout. Now, a lot of people have their own layout that they want, and obviously, I mean, that's what I've got. This is my layout that I like. So consequently, I created a lot of different scans that you can pick and choose, take a look at. And that's why I'm saying you can save my link so you can take a look at all this later on. But, for instance, these 4 scans right here, the gap up, gap down shared, pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market, to do my pre-market work. So anyway, I'm sharing a lot of different scans. So you can, again, pick and choose. You might, this is the one, as everybody knows, I love this one. Don't get too many alerts. The moving higher with unusually strong options. Don't get too many alerts. Has been kind of inactive for the last couple of weeks, but hopefully once we're right into the earnings season, into the swing of it, we'll get more alerts. So anyway, all the scans that I'm sharing, including my layout right there. Big education link, as I pointed out a little bit earlier, if you're brand new to trade ideas, absolutely take a look at the 20 lessons. Okay. And again, when you click on that link, so when you click on the 20 lessons, covers all of the basic features of trade ideas. Okay, so I would absolutely recommend that you take a look at this. If you're not a subscriber, you can also click on the link to see some of the basic features, what they are. Okay, so really recommend you take a look at that. Daily support session. So you've heard me talk about the YouTube room. I do take a break around noon, all times Eastern, of course. I take a break around noon, and one of the other traders takes over in the YouTube room. And today is Monday, so it'll be Sean taking over. I'll pop that link in if you do want to go over there while I'm on break. There's the free trading room. Daily webinars, let's see, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern time. Tomorrow's has been canceled because Steve, who puts it on, is on break. But Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern time, you can sign up for them all right there. More educational videos. And this is this little back to basics. If you're new to trading or need a refresher, a nice quick video series. I mean, there's 36 of them, but they're very short, to the point. So I would recommend you take a look at this. We have some trading ebooks that we created. So again, a lot of information on my homepage. You can save the link so you can take a look at all that information later on. All right, just sizing things up here. So to see the AI, this is what I would do. I would click on, from our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Strategy Trades window. I wouldn't concern myself with the different names of the strategies or really anything else. I would just have this window up and running, and then you can monitor the trades all day long. Use it like a watch list. I can't tell you how to use it. Look at ACB. I mean, it triggered at 9:49. That's almost an hour ago. It hasn't moved, but who knows? Later on, it might start to move. So, I use it as a watch list. Nothing more, nothing less. Now, this window you see here is what we call Brokerage Plus. It's a feature, option, if you will. Not mandatory. You don't have to use Brokerage Plus. But if you do have an Interactive Brokers account or now an E-Trade account, you can use this window to actually trade your account. You don't have to. It's just a feature that we have. And in order to do that, this is a video that was created called the Brokerage Plus video, and it'll show you how you can connect to your E-Trade account or to your Interactive Brokers account so you can use this window to trade. Now, one other thing though, if you have an E-Trade account, you have to make sure you download our latest beta. Okay, so again, if you go to the home page and click on my link, you come to this page, and if you scroll a little bit up, and it's where it says download software, click on that, and then scroll down, 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 until you see the beta. So if you have an E-Trade account, and you do want to use this Brokerage Plus window, you have to download the latest beta, okay? And once you've done that, then you watch the video, and it'll show you how you can connect. Okay, so why would you want to be able to use this window? Again, not mandatory. The reason I keep stressing that is that some people get the wrong idea that they have to use Brokerage Plus and they have to have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account in order to use trade ideas, okay? It's just a feature that we've got. So what can you do with it? Well, okay, let's just say I take a look at wrap. And yeah, I'd like to trade this. I can go back, right click, and you see I hover over trade and this box pops up. So why does this pop up? Well, if you watch the video, you can create what we call your own one-click trading options, okay? These are just options and how you, no, I don't mean trading options, just a selection, how you want to trade it. Basically one click, and then you're into the trade. Okay, and use how to do it, you have to watch that video. So that is one reason. Now, you don't have to do it that way. If you just want to do it manually, you can do it manually. Pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at. I'm going to show you how you can, when I go over the simulator, how you can place a stop, etc. These are hotkeys. So if you're in a trade, I'm going to get out of this trade. I'll just show you how. FSM. Just flatten, and that gets you out. These are hotkeys, and you'll see that turn to a 0. No position, okay? So these are just hotkeys. So flatten gets you out of a position. You could, of course, go to sell and pick how many shares you want to trade, get out, and the price. But these are just hotkeys. Half gets you out of half your position, and double will double your position. No, the only thing you can do, Skip, is you can try us for 5 days. If you don't like it within 5 days, then we'll refund your money. Okay? So if you click on my homepage and go to the, what I would do is I wouldn't go to an annual. Maybe try us on the standard. And within 5 days, if it's not for you, then just let us know, and we'll refund your money. Okay? Okay, so that is if you have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account. Now, the other huge use of this Brokerage Plus window, and I should also mention, if you're using our web-based version, Brokerage Plus is not available. You must be using our app, okay? And with a toolbar that looks like this. You'll notice it says one of the options is Brokerage Plus. Underneath it says live and sims. Sim for simulation, paper trading. So if you click on sim, and I cannot stress it more, if you're new to trading, don't commit money to the market until you've practiced trading. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. Okay? You can practice trading using our simulator. That's what you see here. Okay? And it works. Everything I'm saying right now is exactly as if you were using your IB or E-Trade account. But you click on an alert. You can pick how many shares. Let me pick on another one, CGA. See how the symbol changes to CGA here. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. I can pick the price. Okay? So, how I always like to demonstrate this, though, is maybe showing you how you can do it on a pullback. So, for instance, let's just say I did want to trade CGA, but I wanted to trade it if it pulled back to 1428. I'm not saying that's what I would do. I'm just demonstrating how you do it. So I pick how many shares I would want to do it. I'll say 300. What did I say? 1430. Let's just put 1430. So if CGA pulls back to 1430, I put 1430 in both of these boxes here. I click the buy button, and you'll see a blue line will appear on the chart. Okay, so there's that dark blue line appearing right on the chart. So if CGA goes down to 1430, it'll take the trade. It'll take 300 shares at 1430. That blue line, if it does take the trade, will turn into a faded blue line. Okay, you can also put a sound alert in here. You have to have the executions tab up and running. If you don't have it, click on new. Here are all the tabs that you have, and then just add a sound from actions and just add a sound. Again, I'm going over this quickly, but the reason I'm in this room is that you can ask me questions. So that's a way in which you can take a trade on a pullback. Now, if for some reason I don't want to do it anymore, I just have to go to the orders tab and right click and cancel. Okay, so you're not absolutely committed. Now let's take a trade, because now we are going to start talking about the concept of placing stops, money management, etc. When you get into a trade, unfortunately, they're not all going to work. And I miss this one. Sugar. This is I was saying on Friday that I want to, especially with the market, I just don't trust this market. I don't trust anything that has really popped up. Not that this one popped up, but I really like this gap down and go. But I just couldn't pay enough attention to it. Where was the first alert? It looks like from here, it looks like it was 1222 right here. At 1222. Anyway. So let's just take a trade to show you how you can do it. Okay, let's just say you wanted to trade AMBO right now, okay? You like what you say. Again, just demonstrating this, okay? And I'm going to, the concept of being able to place a stop. Let's see, 292, okay. What's the spread? The spread is a penny. So I'm going to show you, I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to go into the market. Again, guys, this is just for demonstration. Would I take this trade right now? No. I mean, look at these topping tails. Looks like it could have topped out, but I'm just doing this for demonstration purposes. So if I click, and it's 307, 308, so it should take the trade. It should take the trade at okay, so got in at 310 because it popped up, okay? Now I'm going to put my stop at 290. okay? And I'm, just to make the math easy, probably not the worst area, but let me just add the stop order. Because again, you get into a trade, you have to be prepared to get out of the trade if it's not working. Okay, you can't just get into a trade and hope and pray that it's going to keep moving higher. And so this is what we call a stop. So here is where you have to practice, because you might say, well, how do I know where to place a stop? Well, that's only going to come from practicing, okay, and being able to look at charts, maybe seeing, okay, I see maybe a support area on the chart where there's a lot of activity, at a certain area, a lot of volume, price action. If it broke down through that, I should be out of the trade. Not every trade is going to work. You have to have a plan to get out of the trade if it's not working. So you're not hanging on, for dear life, hoping that it'll come back on you for you. So that's the first aspect, placing a stop or having a stop price. When you have the stop price, of course, you know where your entry is. And I did this to make the math easy. Notice I've got an entry at 310 and I've got a stop at 290. That is 20 cents away. Because the next concept is this. Okay, how much then? I'm getting the idea where to place a stop. Okay, but now the next concept is how much am I willing to risk on the trade in terms of dollars? So if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade, right? Hopefully that makes sense. So let's just say your account size can dictate that you could, say, risk $100 every trade. If the trade works against you, the most you want to lose is $100. So that will share size you. You don't go into trading thinking, well, I'll take 100 shares every trade, 500 shares every trade. Your share size will vary depending on where you got in and where your stop is. Okay? So I put a 20-cent stop here just to, again, make the math easy, because what you'll do is you'll take your entry minus your stop equaling 20 cents, divide that into how much you're willing to risk on the trade. And I was saying, okay, let's say you can risk $100. So 20 cents into 100 equals 500 shares. That's how you share size yourself. So if I lost on the trade, 500 shares times 20 cents is $100. This is sort of just a bit of a rounding error here, okay? So that is so key, when you start out trading. Now, you might get stopped out. I'm just looking. So let's just say, okay, it's starting to approach that stop price, right? Now what will start to happen is you cannot believe your trade is not going to work. You've heard, you saw the press release about AMBO. I think I mentioned Amazon. This trade has got to work. People are talking about it. So instead of obeying your stop as it starts approaching, you start moving your stop down. Okay? And the price starts to approach that new stop you've put in, and you keep moving it down. So now, instead of that $100 manageable loss, it starts turning into 150. You keep moving it down, 200, 300, 400, 500. Eventually, you give up and you say, oh my gosh, what did I do? And you get out of the trade. And instead of, again, having that $100 manageable loss, it has turned into $500, and you're kicking yourself. Or more. Okay? So here's how you counteract that. And you're going to do it. I guarantee you're going to do it. Everybody does it because, we get stubborn as traders, especially when you start out. You get stubborn. You cannot believe that the setup isn't working. Everything you're reading about the company, everything, you can't believe it's not working. So how to counteract that? You leave your stop in. Okay? Just going to try to, that's close enough. You leave your stop in, and it takes all the emotion out of trading. It hits your stop, it gets you out of the trade, that's it. You're out of the trade and you move on. And, for all the reasons why you got into the trade the first time, maybe they come back later on. Maybe you were just a little bit early, it sets up again, you can always get into the trade again. Thinkorswim, we don't connect to Thinkorswim in that regard, okay? It's only interactive brokers. You can use the simulator. In the simulator, obviously that's what I'm doing. But if you're talking about Thinkorswim, no, you can't. We do not connect using Brokerage Plus and Thinkorswim. We're and it may be months. I mean, we were really hoping that we'd have it done now, but there's something with their API, and it's a mess. And so, people ask all the time, when do you think it's going to happen? It could be months. Love to tell you, that it's right around the corner. I don't know Vector Vest at all, Ajit. So, I mean, the only thing that gives what we call entries and exits is the AI. When you get an AI alert, you have an entry price. Again, you don't have to follow it exactly, and you have a stop, okay? And it's really up to you to manage the trades. What you're seeing here are scans, which are ideas. We do have, every time you do click on an alert, at the time, there is a suggested stop. Okay, I mean, it's a suggestion. You don't have to follow it completely, but it is a suggestion. So, for instance, if you got into CGA at 1487, the suggested stop is way down here at 1281. Looks like the low of the day almost. If you click on something else, LTHM, there's always going to be what we call a smart stop. It's a guide. Okay, that's all it is. This one, the compare count. Okay, all it is this. I mean, it's. Let me just see if the in the 20 lessons, if the compare count is even in there. Yeah, it's not there. I mean, it's not. It's a neat little feature. I mean, it's certainly not mandatory. Okay, but I'll explain what you're seeing. Just give me a moment here. I'm just closing some tabs in my other room. Okay, so this is what it is. Okay, you notice I call this movers to the upside greater than 300,000. If I expand it a bit, you'll see movers to the downside greater than 300,000 shares traded, okay? What you're doing here is you've got two competing alert windows. One of them, I'll show you. Just give me a moment here. So one of them looks like this. So if a stock makes a new high, and this also works in the pre-market, here are the filters that I'm using. 50 cents to $30. Volume is 300,000 shares. These are the, but what? So this is an alert window. I could break it out, and I could just have it as an alert window on its own. Okay. And then what I'm doing is I'm saying, okay, what if I flip this strategy? Again, or this scan. I call it a scan. What if I flip the scan? Flipping meaning, okay, show me stocks making new lows, new pre-market lows, which are down at least 2%. Okay, from these things, some things can't be flipped. Like obviously, how do you flip volume? But the things that can be flipped, in other words, going in the other direction, that can be flipped. So you'll see when and then it's saying, okay, let's take those two scans and compete against each other to see what is giving more alerts at any given time. You see what I'm saying with the red data? See how now it says new lows and down at least 2%. Okay, so it will flip the filters and the alert if it can. And now all it's doing, it's saying, okay, at this point, with those scans, these two scans that are competing against each other, since the market opened, 57% have been on the upside versus 43% on the downside. And this is a ticker that will, tell you the stocks that are in real time, which are, meeting all the filter requirements. Okay? So you can then take, so that's an overview. You don't have to ever use the compare count. It's sort of a neat little graphical display of showing, kind of what the market is doing with these filters in place. But you could take, so how you would normally start is you would create an alert window. Well, I don't even want to say how good it is. It's just showing you the results, okay? So 57% since we started have been on the upside versus 43% have been making new lows. So I wouldn't want to call it how good it is. It's just giving you the data. Okay? It's just competing. And typically how you start off with is I could have done the same thing here, okay? I could have broken the basic new highs and lows. I could have just made this basic new highs, and I create the alert window, then I duplicate it and I flip it so that now I have basic new lows competing against each other. But notice this is almost like what you're seeing here, because these are the new lows in yellow. New highs are in green. So, you don't have to have a display like this. It's kind of interesting. So that's why I share it. It's one of the things I am sharing. The other thing you can do is I can start, okay, this is from the start of the day. I can also say, okay, what's happening now? Like right now. Okay, the market, the market is was moving down. Let's see what's happening right now from this point going forward. And so far nothing, no stocks. 100%. So we have a sample size of 1. That's why it says 100% right now. Okay, OBLN coming in. So the other thing I like to outline, in the simulator, but also if you were, had your real account, if you were using Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, the max P&L, close P&L, and the distance from the exit price. So, for instance, see this one here, FSM, and it says the max P&L I had when I was still in this trade was I was up $40. Okay, no big deal, but up $40. When I got out of the trade, I actually lost $9 on the trade, again, in the simulator. So, that's not a dramatic difference, but imagine if you saw a max P&L of $400 or something and you allowed that to turn into a $9 loss. Obviously, that's not good trading, right? So that's why I always like to see what the closed P&L is versus what the max P&L was. This also is good, because this is telling me the distance from the exit price. So right now it's 0. So that means that when I got out at 754, it hasn't budged. Okay, it's still at that price. As opposed to Dan right here. Now again, this was a carryover from Friday. That's why it doesn't show a max P&L here. But since I got out of the trade, it dropped another 20 cents, which is of course what you'd want to see. You'd like to see when you get out of a trade, you want to see a big negative number here, because that means that, wow, okay, I got out at a good exit, versus a big positive number, which would mean that, well, I guess I got out too early. So these columns can give you kind of a gauge of how good you're managing your exits. Yeah, Ija, yeah, we had an issue this morning, but I guess we're up and running now. Okay, so I mean the only no, I mean if you want a sound alert here, and you don't want to hear ambo anymore, literally do not want to hear it anymore for the rest of the day. I mean, there's a way you can do it. I think it's a bit of a pain, but if you right click configure and where it says symbol lists, you would create a symbol, you would create a, well, I should give you a video, okay? It shows you how to create a symbol list. I mean, I don't know if you really want to do this, but well, you can't suppress just it though. That's the problem, Moses, okay? You can't just say, okay, I want to suppress it, only it for 60 minutes. No, you can't do it. I mean, you can, the don't repeat is for everything, not just one symbol. Okay? Now, again, if you're bound and determined, then if you watch that video, it'll show you how you can make a symbol list. Okay? If you're bound and determined to do this, then configure and symbol list, and then if you've made the symbol list, call it, stocks I don't want to hear again today. I mean, whatever. Okay? And then you would move it over here so that it's here. And then you would say, exclude the following lists. Again, it's pretty convoluted. And you would check that, and then you would check that symbol list that you created with AMBO in it. And then you wouldn't hear AMBO again. But I think that's a pretty convoluted way of doing it. There's no other way. Well, if you do it, understanding, if you do it for 1 minute, but understanding, it won't just affect AMBO. It'll affect everything. But maybe that's what you want. Yeah, I don't really use a 2 minute. I know you see a 2 minute chart. It's really just if I could pay a little more attention to, obviously, I talk a lot and explain a lot of things, so I'm not able to trade as much as I probably normally would. But when things settle down a little bit, I do pay attention to that 8 EMA in the 2 minute chart to see if there's a break. If I want to short it or go long. That's about but really I'm paying a lot more attention to the 15-minute chart. When I have a chance to really look at charts. And because I'm a momentum trader, that things are usually always making new highs or close to making new highs or lows, I'm paying way more attention to the daily, weekly, and the monthly charts. Because what I'm always looking for are stocks that have a lot of room that they can keep moving. Because if it's an intraday high, you say, great, we don't have to worry about intraday resistance. Where could a stock keep moving to? Based on these longer term time frames. Well, Jesse, he because he was saying he's hearing AMBO over and over and over again. Okay, that's all. Question in the YouTube room: why would you want to exclude one stock? It's just because he doesn't want to hear AMBO over and over again. Yeah, Lance, and again, there are a lot of different trading styles in this room. I mean, there are many other people who only take stocks on pullbacks, okay? And that's, I'm just not a great pullback player. So, I kind of, there's so many different types of trading styles, and I had to decide, what was going to be my trading style. And I settled on that. I will miss, a lot of different types of setups. It doesn't bother me. Okay, It just doesn't bother me at all because, I'm not going to get bent out of shape because, something else popped from a pullback and it kept running and I didn't see it. You really have, you can get overwhelmed by all the different types of setups that are out there. So you guys were talking about CMMB. That was, of course, this. I don't even know what the float is. I can't believe it's only 50,000, but whatever it is, it's going to be crazy, crazy low. And we saw this one, of course, do this nonsense all the way up to $80 and then back down to 27. So, this is fabulous if you get in at the right time. It looks. Wow, what if I got into 27 and it got all the way up to 41? But you know what? They drop as quickly, if not more quickly, because of the insanely low float. If you don't know the concept of a float, well, again, that's just the amount of shares available for trading on any given day. You take the number of shares outstanding, and typically to get the float, you start subtracting what the insiders own, the CEO, CFO, etc. Maybe directors, mutual funds more for the more named stocks, and so that'll eventually get you down to what we call the float, which is the available number of shares available for trading. So for me, anything under 20 million is what I call a low float. Okay, so obviously if it's the lower that float number is, if a stock is in play for whatever reason, be it maybe released earnings or had some press release, for whatever reason, if the stock is in play and it has a very low float, then that's why you get these crazy percentage moves, because there's not that much availability of stock and yet there's high demand. So, think about any other commodity in the world. Have low supply, high demand. What happens? The price of the commodity goes up. It could be also topless windows, Moses. You've got to. Topless windows are usually the culprit, because what happens with a topless window? Here's a topless window, okay? So I don't know how many topless. Okay, I almost guarantee that's the reason. If you right-click on your topless window, you shouldn't have 20. I mean, nobody. I know you're new, but the other thing is, if you right-click on a topless window and go and click on the time frame, and you see where it says set record count, check to see what your record count is. Because you don't need that many topless windows, and also though you don't want to have. I know the max record count is 1,000. What happens is every 30 seconds your topless window has to update. Okay, because that's what a topless window does. Imagine if you had 20, again, I don't know what your record count was, but 20 is too many. I mean, 20 topless windows is way too many, because it's got to go through all of them. And especially if you have, again, 100. Yeah, so think about it. It has to go through all those topless windows and go through 100 symbols every 30 seconds. It's too much of a strain on the server. That is typically why. And you definitely don't need 20. It's usually not alert windows that are the culprit. I mean, you can have as many alert windows open, it probably won't, though you shouldn't. Remember, what you see here is I've got my watch list. And see how few alerts I'm getting in this basic new highs and lows. Okay, how few alerts I'm getting in my watch list, very few alerts. And this one that I love, I haven't had one alert. So I don't get that many alerts all day long. You don't want to get overwhelmed, as somebody new to trade ideas and trying to create all the different scans and having all up and running, because you don't want to miss one possible setup that is going to the moon, okay? Because you'll end up clicking on symbols all day long and getting nothing done. So Lance, okay, yeah. So if you left click on a chart, just so the trader ideas knows you're in this chart as an example, and then when you start typing, the box should pop up. Okay, the change symbol box should pop up, and then you can either click change or hit enter on your keyboard, and that'll change the symbol. And it's changing it to the same symbol in all these cases here, the 6 charts I've got here, because I have them symbol linked. Right click properties and see where it says symbol linking. Only 2 options. You either are symbol linked or you're not. So in all these charts, I am symbol linked. So yes, when I click on an alert, changes, to CLNE and all these time frames. SPY does not change because I don't want it to. Therefore, I've unchecked the symbol linking. But in order to, if you just want to see, a chart of Microsoft, for example, and it's not showing up here, you can click on it. Yeah, you just left click on the chart so TraderZ knows where you are, and then just start typing. And this box should pop up. If it doesn't pop up, some of you might say, well, I'm doing that and it's not popping up. Some of you have to hit the space bar on your keyboard, and then the change symbol box will pop up. The other question that's asked a lot, how do you zoom in and out? Again, go into the chart that you want to zoom in and out, and keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, and then with the scroll wheel on your mouse, you just zoom in and out. Again, all easy when you know how to do it. If you don't know how to do it, you may as well be climbing Mount Everest. Okay? Some of it is not as intuitive as I'd like to see, but all right, guys, give me, what time is it? 11:11. Give me 1 moment. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Yeah, so JB is talking, yeah. The perils of having too many alert windows and top list windows open and getting nothing done, like I used to have when I started in 2010 as a customer of Trade Ideas, just a customer. And yeah, I didn't want to miss anything, and so I had so many alert windows and top list windows up and running and got nothing done. I'm excited about the IPOs on, I know there's some IPOs coming up. I don't know if I'm excited about any one of them. No, just give me a moment, please. All right, guys. So let's see what's happening with that CGA. That looks like it's now looks like it's kind of dead. Yeah, I can't do that, Moff. I'd love to, but I can't. All right, guys. I'm just following a discussion. An internal discussion. Okay, 23,000. Let's do a little check here. Okay, guys. Okay, look at Hog here. Yeah, it's still. I think Netflix. Netflix is releasing this week. I think, yeah, April 20th post market. So we'll start to get a lot more earnings. I mean, really, I only see two this morning. But tomorrow, this is what I'm looking at. Okay, my earnings play is up. Is not up. There are only two that are meeting the filter requirements. I guarantee you tomorrow this box will start to get full, and going forward over the next 3 to 4 weeks, we'll have a lot of different earnings plays, which usually gets the rest of the market going. It's not that I only want to play earnings plays, but it usually gets the rest of the market going. So remember, I did this. I did a clear, and it from, if you can remember what this cylinder said from before I did this clear, it said that I think 57% were up 43% down. And then I started, I don't know when I did this, half an hour ago. Since then, 91% are down versus 9% are up with these two competing scans. No, that's from my, it's just one of the scans I'm sharing, Sam, in my homepage. Or on my homepage, earnings plays up, earnings plays down. So sort of getting back to the compare count. So you can do some kind of neat things. So let's just say you want to do, just check a sector, like the oil sector, energy sector. You attach the symbol list then to the two competing scans, just looking at the energy sector, and have them go at each other. With the ones that are up versus the ones that are down. It doesn't just have to be the ones up making a new high for the day. It could be a new 5-minute high. It could be a new 30-minute high versus a 30-minute low, things like that. I mean, I'm just using new highs. No, you will not see the alerts from the... No, AI is a premium service, Brian. Question was, if I have a standard plan, will you see the alerts from the AI? No. AI is a part of our premium service. No, level 2 does not come with trade ideas. That's a question we get a lot. I don't use level 2 at all, but you get that from your broker. Might want to, I don't know where this is going. This Manchester United, MANU, Man-U. I'm almost 100% sure the reason for the pop is because they're trying to create this, JP Morgan's behind it too, I guess bankrolling it to some extent, trying to create this super league of 20 teams in Europe. So kind of almost bypassing the champions, not the tournament, whatever it's called. I'm not a big soccer follower, but I do know enough about it that, the big teams from Barcelona, Lisbon, and I think there's about 12 English teams wanting to form this Super League, Champions League, thank you. Yeah. So basically splitting off. So I think this is the reason why Man U is pumped up here. Yeah, the 5 picks, you just have to go to, if you have our premium service, just go to, or not premium, if you have a subscription, not just premium, click on the channel from new and then channel bar, and then click on strength alerts. Okay? Just click on that and there they are. This week's. Should go over that. If you are new to trading and you're in the room and you're wondering, well, you know what, I can't really spend a lot of time staring at a computer all day long. I'm going to put this link into the room. This might be something that you might like to take a look at. It's called the TI Strength Alerts. When you click on the link, this is what will happen. You'll be brought to this, and it'll give you an idea exactly what it's all about. I mean, literally giving you 5 new ideas, trade ideas in your inbox every Monday morning. Okay, it's $17 a month. And again, there are 5 new ideas every week. So I would, you can take a look at. I mean, it's an algorithm that's been developed that literally just ranks stocks one, and he takes the top 5 and every week just delivers them to you. How you're going to trade them will be up to you to a certain extent. It is outlined a little bit in here how you can kind of trade them, but for $17 a month, it's probably a good starter. Now, if you are a subscriber to Trade Ideas, it's all available from our toolbar, okay, called the Strength Alerts channel. So it's all available there too. So you don't have to sign up for $17 a month. And again, new channel bar and Strength Alerts. Right here, okay? Okay, guys, so remember, again, this was just something I was trying to demonstrate. And notice the AMBO, I got taken out of the trade, okay, for the manageable, it's a kind of a rounding. For a manageable $105 loss, remember I was trying to risk $100 on the trade. I wanted to leave that in there. Now, the other thing is this, is that when you create a stop, and you get used to the concept of knowing when you're going to get out of a trade if it doesn't work, you don't have to let it happen. I mean, so what do I mean by that? So if I'm risking $100 on the trade, that is the max I want to lose on the trade. But if I'm watching the trade and it starts to drift down towards it, and I don't like the way it's trading now, maybe the market is really turning badly, excuse me, and I just don't like the way it's trading, I can always get out earlier. I don't have to absolutely wait for the stop, okay? So that stop is the absolute max that I want to lose. So I'd have been really watching this. I probably would not have let it get stopped out down here. I probably wouldn't watching this say, you know what, I don't like the way this is trading. I'm going to get out a little earlier. But again, there's the stop. $100 loss in the simulator, and it's 22 cents. So if I'd been stubborn about this, I'd be down another $110. Okay, if I'd said, yeah, I think it's going to come back, I'd be down. See, it's 22 cents underneath where I got out. So I can't emphasize enough. Practice trading, with the simulator. Practice. Get a question a lot. Well, how long is it going to take me? I have no idea how long it's going to take you, but, I can guarantee that unless you practice and you start committing money to the market right from the beginning, recipe for disaster. You might get lucky. You might get lucky on a couple of stocks. Again, this is in the simulator, Moses, okay? This is in the simulator. I was just showing people how you can take a trade on a pullback, okay? That's all we're talking about here. And still nothing from the option scanner. Man, you know, we usually don't get too many. And just to explain what this is looking for, it says moving higher with unusually strong options. So we don't scan for options, all right? We don't, all this is scanning for is looking for abnormality with, say, the number of contracts that are being traded. So so for those of you who do like to play options or trade options, these are the filters that we do have, okay? And some say, who do trade options, that they can be helpful. Again, this is just looking at the stock, but you know, maybe with these filters you can identify a stock, okay, and you'd like to trade the options in it. So we have the put call ratio. We have options volume. Options volume is the average over the last 10 days. This is the options volume today, put and call volume today, okay? So these two, the option volume, the average over the last 10 days, coupled with the option volume today percent is the key. So for instance, and this is why I'm not getting too many, because I've got some pretty tough filters in here. So I'm looking for stocks where the option today is at least 2,000 contracts, okay? And that's 300% of normal. So what does a stock normally do? And I want it to be three times 300% of that, with at least a minimum of 2,000 contracts. Again, what it normally would do over the last 10 days. So that's why I'm not getting too many, alerts. I don't get very many alerts in that particular window. I don't want, I might only get 3 or 4 a day. Today I haven't had one, and I'm fine with that. So if that helps you trade the underlying option, great. But that's why, so when I see this, when I get one, I get very interested. Why the symbol doesn't populate. So I don't know what you mean exactly, of course. When you say doesn't populate, you mean when you click on an alert and you don't see the symbol name? Is that what you mean? Have you exited Brokerage Plus and brought it back? Yeah, so you're talking about there in the symbol. You've done that? And you're using the simulator, right? And you've clicked on the simulator. No, I have no idea, Sam. Sorry, I just don't have any idea why that would. I mean, that has happened to me in the past, but typically all I have to do is just reload, or sometimes reset connection. I don't know. Have you tried that? Hi, Joe. It's only money. It's money though. Okay, so Jesse, if you do want to upgrade, so in other words, I'm assuming you're going month to month, and you either want to go from premium to standard. Anyway, I'll give you, if you go to the home page and start a live discussion, okay, Jesse, and just tell them exactly what you want to do. And make sure you give them the email address that you used to sign up so they can locate your account. Yeah, Mike, yes, everybody got it. Okay, it's something we have to go through. The question was an email having to sign a document regarding private and pro trader. Yes, everybody has to go through it. Even me had to go through it. Okay. We had to send it out to all our subscribers, and please make sure you do fill it out. Otherwise, if you don't, at some point your subscription will well, I don't want to use, well, it'll be suspended, okay? This is something that the New York Stock Exchange is forcing us to do. We would rather not have to do it, but nothing we can do about that. So it is legit. I guess, no, you shouldn't ignore it. No, okay, it is legit. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Whatever you signed before was just a simple check. You know, no, yes or no. Are you a pro? Yes, no, no. It's more detailed. Don't disregard it. You'll be cut off. You'll literally be suspended, and that'll be the reason. Are you sure? Well, it is being staggered. Okay, I think we didn't want to we couldn't put them all out at once because our support people would be overwhelmed. Because the issue is also, it's not just, if people would just fill them out and send them back, that'd be one thing. But we get emails, and I understand, why am I getting this? Okay, so that has to be responded to. Well, but I still don't understand. That has to be responded to. So so we could not do them all at once. Like, we got 10,000 subscribers, we cannot do it all at once. If you signed up last week, Moses, you're good. Yeah, you'd be good. Anybody who signed up, certainly probably within the last couple of months is good. But check your spam also, guys. I mean, it's possible, that something went to your spam folder. If you think you're a professional trader in your mind and you're willing to fork out another $70 a month to the New York Stock Exchange, yeah, go ahead. Tongue in cheek. Wow, look at Open. Online platform for buying, selling, and trading residential properties. So foregoing big commissions, I guess, from realtors. Was that their idea? Yeah, I'm not sure, Bernd. If that's you could always, of course, contact Trade Ideas. And just ask for the form again, or something like that. Because if you thought it was spam, yeah, then you'll get a rude awakening one day when you turn it on and you won't have data. Oh, Open is Zillow. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking too, Real. I don't. By the way, hi, Real. I don't see that 27. I just see the 20.7 million. I don't see the price. You're talking about the Pac B. I don't see the price. All right, guys. It is 11:38. So in about 20 minutes, I'll be taking my break. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop the YouTube link into the room. so that if you want to head over there while I am on my break, you can do that. Sean will be in the, well, I'm assuming it is. He's Monday. No, it's not a Discord. No, it's. I can give you the link, Jesse. It's the what I call the main trading room. It's not Discord. Not a Discord room or channel. A little more activity. Okay, this is what it looks like. But it is not Discord. Oh man, what a great hope. Well, what a great short, guys. I mean, you heard me talk about this pre-market. This was sort of my focus. It just ran too quickly for me to be comfortable taking it right off the bat. I mean, it was extended and all that sort of stuff. But for those of you who are a little braver than I am, that has turned out to be that was my number one focus this morning, to short this CLNE. Sure, I can explain that because, well, we've seen this time and again. I mean, these stocks that have tremendous pops in the pre-market. We've now this is not a bio. I mean, had it been a bio, I probably would have done it early. It wasn't a bio though. But when I looked over here and I saw this 14, you see on the daily chart, you see right here 1477, 1469. So that area right there. What did it get up to? Got up to what, 1428. I was thinking, okay, the closer it gets to this what I would have considered a resistance area, it was really leading me to think that this could easily become a great short. The Amazon news, again, I didn't read all people are looking at. They're seeing Amazon in the headline, okay, and I'm sure, hey, it's great for clean energy. I saw Amazon, AI, all the buzzwords, okay. But eventually these things just run out of steam. And so that's why I really wanted to focus on it. And, but again, I saw that resistance area. Also, I thought, okay, if it gets even closer and closer, it didn't, I mean, it came within about 30 cents. So that's the reason. We're just seeing time and time and time again that these flyers in the pre-market, be they bios or some other sector, they're just not holding. Holding meaning, okay, there's your pre-market pop, market opens. I'm not saying they have to zip higher, but not most of them seem to be doing this. This is the market we're in. Short these pops. Are you using the rule, MPS? If you're using the rule, so you do see the trend spider rule and it's not working, I can't help you. I don't know why it's not working then. I don't have trend spider up and running. I have TradingView. Um, so, I mean, that's why that rule was created. So I don't know what to say. You probably have to go to our homepage and talk to somebody who can take a look at the reason, because it obviously that's why that rule was created. Click on trend spider and then it's supposed to just work. If it's not working, there's nothing I can say, oh, just do this. So if you know how to get to the homepage and start a discussion, okay. Well, we're certainly in a. Now look at tech. I mean, tech is now really taking a header. SPY's down, of course. The Dow is down. Remember, everything was up a little bit pre-market. Everything was up. Let me make sure I know what I'm talking about before I say that. So there's where the SPY closed. Yeah, I mean, we were basically flat in the pre-market. From where it closed on Friday. Kind of flat. Then we had that candle. Well. What time is it? That's 9:15. Yeah, so even at the beginning of the day, we're basically flat. And it's only, since this 10 o'clock that we're starting this downturn. Now, again, in the overall scheme of things, I mean, remember, guys, here's the all-time high for the SPY. So it's not like the sky is falling or anything. All right, well, again, no option plays whatsoever. And I know Real doesn't mind my sharing this, but this is the scan that he created. And I hope to pay more attention to this in the afternoon. But shorting tops. I mean, it's just a. I mean, it's just a great. I mean, do they all? It does require some patience and all, because you could get the same stock. Saying, okay, maybe short now, maybe short now, maybe short now. Okay, so it does require some skill. But boy, oh boy, I mean, it's really identifying stocks that, are looking like they're topping out and ripe for shorts. I can, yes. I was asked to share it. I can share it, yes. Here you go, Iris. Okay, there is the link for it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the trick it is, of course, you can see the symbol being alerted, several times before it finally tops out. Okay, but can almost guarantee that at some point it's going to top out. So this is, somebody asked about, why I have a 2-minute chart up here. Well, a lot of times, I think according to Real, is that assuming it's above the channel, number one, but if it starts to drop below that the 8 EMA and the 2-minute chart, then that can give you a bit of a signal. to say, okay, now you can maybe get into the short. So ride is after that little pop. Remember this little action right there? So didn't have great news, obviously. I think somebody said they were trying to do obviously some kind of a longevity trial. This is an EV, electric vehicle, 250 miles, and I think it petered out after 40 miles or something. So, so that is the reason. That is, I don't know who the engineer is in that company, but I think some heads could roll. Because I'm sure this was, I'm sure they had press there and anybody, big investors. I mean, you imagine that though, and it's chugging along and then 40 miles and it just stops. So as Siri, typically what I use on all time frames is the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA, okay? So the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA on all my time, most of the time frames. I should say of course, but I mean the big one on the daily chart is the 200-day moving average. The other thing is, I mean, again, I know Tesla had there was a fatal crash. But this is what I am talking about right here, okay? Failed to complete, and somebody said it was 40 miles. I don't see it here, but somebody said it only got 40 miles. And that is ride. So tough to come back from that for a while anyway. I have already done my talk, yes. You mean those law firms that crawl with the class action suits? Yeah, it is a business model. All right, Moses. Yeah, hopefully you show up in the room. Around 10:15 is when I start talking about money management, stops, things like that. Usually around 10:15 Eastern time. Yeah, so you don't use stops, so show up tomorrow, okay? Okay, so if you have a preconceived idea that stops are bad, I can't help you. Okay, so if that truly is, I don't know if you're just kidding. Well, That's why you got to practice, you know. You got to practice, practice, practice. A couple of things on that, you know. Look, setups. You might have a favorite setup that you think has to work all the not all the time, but a lot. If you keep getting stopped out on your favorite setup, then it's time to either scrap that setup or fine tune it. I mean, that's what we have to do at Trader Days all the time. Okay, but if you're going to enter the market without a stop, I mean, you're on your own.
Bless you. Yep. Hello, hello, everybody. We are here. We're ready to go. Had a little bit of a snafu there where we kicked Barry off the room a little early. Sorry about that, Barry. Sorry if you were in the middle of a deep discussion there. I don't think you were. Anyway, hey everybody, this is Chicago Sean McLaughlin. It's the top of the hour. This is our live Trade Ideas Q&A that we do every trading day at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Mountain Time, where I am, in case you're around here. Anyway, this is the live Q&A. So for the next hour, my job here is to answer any questions you have about the software. This is not a trading discussion per se. It's more for those of you who are maybe new to Trade Ideas and need some help with some of the features, understanding how to use them, how to get the most out of them. Or you have need some help building layouts, anything like that. I'm definitely the guy for the basics. I always tell people that I know enough to be dangerous, but I don't know everything. So anything I can't find, I will certainly point you in the right direction. So with that disclaimer out of the way, I'll be sitting here waiting for questions to come in. Meanwhile, I don't know if you guys can see this, but on my screen here, I know that you can see this. On my screen here, I'm highlighting our new Strength Alerts channel. So all Trade Ideas subscribers have access to the Strength Alerts. There's also a standalone $17 a month subscription for non-software subscribers who just want to get the Strength Alerts email, which looks exactly like this. You'll get this every Monday morning. The Strength Alerts is essentially 5 stock picks for the week, and it's a really simple system for anyone to follow along. You basically buy these 5 stocks at the open on Monday. You hold them all week, and then next Monday, you rotate out of these 5 stocks and buy the next new 5 stocks that are published next week. And I know that sounds really, really simple, but guys, the performance of this Strength Alert system going back 5 years, I believe is how far the back test goes. The back test is phenomenal. Phenomenal. So I would encourage you, I'm going to put a link in here if you are not currently a Trade Idea subscriber and you want to learn about the TI Strength Alerts. Here's a link. I'm putting it in the YouTube channel, in the chat, TI Strength. You can go there, learn about it, see the performance charts, and sign up. In fact, you know what? I can pull up the performance chart right here. Let's do this. Let's do this. This is the link that I sent you guys where you can sign up for. Here's the performance chart. I mean, look at this. This is unbelievable. Going back to 2017, the white line is the S&P 500 or the SPY. The orange line is this relative strength, this Strength Alert system. Simple, buying 5 stocks on Monday, holding them for a week, rotating out the following Monday, and then getting into the new stocks. So simple, a monkey can do it. And look at this performance. I mean, unbelievable, up 200%. You think that? I think that's worth $17 a month? I think so. Anyway, so that's a newsletter. But if you're already a Trade Ideas software subscriber, you will already have access. So you don't need to pay any extra money. You have it right here in the Strength Alerts channel. Every Monday morning, this will be updated with the newest stocks. And then the strength, the top list right here shows the current 5 stocks in play. And this alert window will just show you, give you notable things happening on those stocks intraday if you want to pay attention intraday. You don't need to. Again, this is a swing trading strategy. So I hope you guys check that out. It's pretty powerful stuff. Hey Siri, I got news for you. Stocks go up and down, believe it or not. I know, it's shocking. It's shocking. It's been a bull market for a really long time. It's very surprising that stocks go down. But yes, stocks do go down. They don't go up in a straight line. Not every stock in this system is a winner. Not every trade is a winner. Not every week is a winner. Not every month is a winner. That's the same for any strategy under the sun. Show me a strategy that doesn't lose money and I'll sell you a bridge in Brooklyn. Hello, Razik. Good to see you again. Good to see you. All right, so while I'm waiting for some software questions, I'm going to bring up my Brokerage Plus window here and update my my open swing trades. Actually, before I do that, I see we got a question here from Paul. Paul says, I'm looking to build a scan that alerts on stocks that have been consolidating for 2 to 3 months and are now making a new high. So you're looking for stocks that have been consolidating and now are making a new high. So they can't be consolidating and making a new high at the same time. They have to have consolidated and are now making a new high, if I understand you correct, Paul. All right, so let's try. I mean, look, there's no one way to skin a cat, but there's a variety of ways to do it. And the first thing I'm thinking of is let's build a top list. So I'm going to go to my TI menu bar up here at the top. I'm going to click New. I'm going to choose top list. Yeah, let's start here. I'm going to start from scratch, and let's see here. All right, I'm going to let's play around with some position and range filters here. So let's see. You want it to be breaking out. Actually, this might not be the best way to do this. Let me think on this for a sec, Paul. Where I'm getting confused here is the stock cannot be consolidating and making a new high at the same time. By definition, a new high is not consolidation. So you want a stock that did consolidate for quite a while and then broke out. Okay, so let's try this. Position in... So you said 2 to 3 months. So we'll do a 3-month range. So I'm going to use a 3-month range filter. I want the stock to be, we'll say, in the upper quarter of the range. Okay. Well, that's going to be definition. Again, if it's making a new high, of course it's going to be in the top of the range. Paul, believe it or not, you got me stumped here, and I'm sure there's a simple solution, but for some reason my brain is not figuring it out. Again, a stock can't be consolidating and making a new high at the same time. You want past tense that the stock did consolidate at one time. I mean, here's what I could do, Paul. I could create a top list that will show you stocks that are consolidating right now, but by definition they are not breaking out. But that'll give you a list of stocks that you could pay attention to that are consolidating, and then when they make a new high, yeah, I see that you've been trying for a bit too. I think the way to do this, Paul, is you're going to have to build a top list that shows you stocks that are consolidating right now. All right, and then once you've got that list, and maybe you check the list once a week or once a day, right? Then you're gonna have to take that list and create some price alerts to be alerted with a price alert when a stock breaks out. So let's do this. Let me go to the search tab and type in consolidation. I think we do have consolidation. There we go. Consolidation filter. I'm gonna add this filter and let's clear this out. For the number of days, you said, what was it, 2 to 3 months? So we'll call that 3 months of trading is 60 trading days approximately, right? There's 20 trading days in a month usually. So let's say 60 days. Okay, this is a number you can play around with, right? Maybe you could change it to 40 days if you want it to be 2 months. But basically, if I set consolidation, set the minimum to 60, and I check my work here with the show me button, this is going to say show me stocks so the stock has been consolidating for at least 60 days. So that's step 1. Okay, now you want them to be consolidating near their highs of the range, right? So let's do this. Position in 3-month range. We'll use the position 3-month range filter. Let's set the minimum to 75 so that the stock not only has to be consolidating for the last 60 days, but it has to be consolidating in the upper quartile of the range for the last 3 months, right? So if I hit this filter here, well, it's not going to tell me in plain English, unfortunately, but trust me, it's only going to show me stocks that are in the upper 20, like the top 25% of their 3-month range. Okay, so if I hide unused here, these are the only filters I've got right now. You'll probably want to add more filters, things like a price filter, some volume filters. Everyone has their own flavors for that stuff. But for your purposes here, the position and 3-month range and the consolidation filter are probably great places to start. Okay, so I'm gonna hit OK and just launch this basic consolidate. We'll name it consolidation top list or consolidation list. All right, so this launches the consolidation list, and strangely, I've got nothing showing up in here. That's weird. Are 0 stocks consolidating over the last 3 months? Everything's just going straight up. I find that hard to believe. I'm very surprised we have 0 stocks showing up here. Let's try some. Let's experiment here. And guys, I mean, this is what we all go through, right? We have to go through experimentation to find what we need. So let's change this to 40. Let's loosen this parameter just a little bit. See if this makes any changes. And it does not. Once again, stumped. Let's change it to 20. There we go. We got some stocks. Of course, I got no columns. Let's change. Let's add some columns here so we have some data to look at. Maybe a price. Price would probably be good, wouldn't it? Add some defaults. Price. There we go. All right. So maybe we have to use the 20 period for the consolidation. 40 and 60 seem to be too much. Okay. So here we go. We got 3 stocks. Now, before you snicker at only seeing 3 stocks in your top list, I, for one, absolutely love it when there's only a handful of stocks showing up, because I can manage 3 stocks. I can't manage 500, right? So let's pull up some of these charts here. Okay, well, here's a perfect example of a stock that is consolidating. Now, I'm awfully suspect of this one. This looks like a buyout situation. So probably ignore that one. Same with this GNMK. That looks like a buyout as well. All of these look like buyouts. Okay, so this consolidation filter might not be all it's cracked up to be. So Paul, let's go back to the drawing board here a little bit. Specific filters here. I'm thinking maybe this consolidation filter isn't going to give us what we want. Maybe let's just stick with stocks in the upper 25th percentile of their 3-month range. And what we're going to have to do is, I see now we got a lot more stocks. This is great. They're sorted by relative volume. But now we're going to see stocks that, well, that's not consolidation. That's trending. A lot of these are going to be trending, I bet. Yeah, Paul, I share your frustration here. I'm a little bit stumped. I mean, this will get you started. What you'll have to do is then just kind of go through each chart and find the ones that meet whatever you define as consolidation. I mean, consolidation is in the eye of the beholder sometimes. So you'll have to find your setups that you like. Maybe this looks like some consolidation and a breakout. And then what you can do is, using this top list to make your life a little bit easier, then you can set price alerts. So if I want to get alerted when this stock makes a new high above this 89.63 area, I can just right click in the chart, hit create price alert, and I could fine tune the number there. I could change that to 90 if I wanted. Go 90 and hit save. Now I've got a price alert, shows up on my chart. Okay. And that's easy enough. But if you want to see a number of, if you want to see all of your price alerts in one place, you can launch a price alerts window by going to your TI menu bar, go to new, hit price alerts window. And this will show you all the price alerts that you got working. I just added grid right there. Here it is at the bottom. It says working. I had 2 others that have since triggered. But this is having a price alerts window open somewhere on your screen will show you all of your active price alerts all in one place. And when grid trades up to 90, the alert price, you can have this set so that it'll make a little sound for hit actions here. I can have play sound, right? I could set up the sound here. I could have like a little gong or a crash or, you know, any kind of weird sounds. I like to use a gong. I think I found it in the Mad Money stuff here. There it is, gong. I don't think you'll hear it if I play it. I don't know if you guys heard that. It's coming through multiple speakers, but you could set the sounds, and then when an alert happens, you'll get that little sound go off, and this price alerts window will pop up on your screen, and it will let you know. Paul, I know it's a little clunky, and I apologize. I'm sure there's probably a very simple way to do this, but it's escaping me at the moment. Sam M says alert with a break of the channel. I don't know if we have any channel break alerts that are out of the box. Let's see something here. Oh, there we go. Yeah, channel breakout. You might want to experiment with these channel breakout alerts. If you're not sure how it works or how it's calculated, you could highlight the alert, hit this help button. It's going to launch a web page that's going to go right to our definitions. Once it fully loads, it'll go right to the exact definition. There it is. Channel breakout. You could see a pretty robust definition of what this thing does. So you'll get an idea. So you might want to play around with these channel breakouts. All right. Well, thanks for that. That was a tricky one. And guys, look, when you're playing around with trade ideas and you're building top lists and building alert windows, that process that Paul and I just went through, you can expect to do similar things, right? You're going to try something out, you have an idea, and then you're going to realize, oh, wait, that doesn't work the way I thought it would. Then you have to tinker around with it, maybe change the filter parameters, maybe use an entire filter altogether, entirely different filter altogether. It's a constant process of trial and error. So I mentioned I was going to update all my swing trades that I have open. You see my Brokerage Plus window. I have a number of open positions on, a number of open swing trades. You can see my P&L here. I got these sorted by open P&L. So my biggest winners are at the top. My losers are at the bottom. I've been stopped out of a couple today. Sitting on some nice open gains, which is nice. But before everybody gets excited, this is my simulated trading account. You can see right here in my Brokerage Plus window at the top, it says connected to Trade Ideas Simulated Trading. I am demoing the simulated trader, or the simulator for our customers. So that's what this is. This is not real money, but it trades exactly like it would if I was connected to my brokerage account and making the trades. And so the nice thing about all these trades, or the nice thing about Brokerage Plus that makes it really easy to manage these trades, is you can see my charts across the top. It's all the same ticker, but it's just different time frames. So I got a monthly chart here, then a weekly, then a daily, then a 5-minute. So for updating my stops, I'm going to pay attention to the daily chart right here. That's the one time frame I'm most concerned with. And you'll notice my working stop loss order is displayed right on the chart. How sweet is that, right? It shows me my stop loss order is working at 71.72, and it shows me what my P&L in this trade would be if my stop loss were to get hit. Now, if you look in my Brokerage Plus window, you'll see I currently have $562 of open profits in this trade. So if the stock were to pull back and hit my stop, instead of my 562, I'll walk away with 194. Hey, better than a sharp stick in the eye. But I love that I can visualize what my P&L would be. Now, what's even better, and this is great for a visual person like me, I've been trading for 23 years. I'm very basic when it comes to managing my stop loss orders. There's not any heavy math here. I just like to eyeball obvious levels of support and resistance. And so check this out. If I wanted to move my stop loss up, all I need to do is drag this, click on this line and then drag it. Look at that. I could just drag it up, move my stop loss order there, and now my stop loss order is working at 76.17, and that'll be my P&L 452 if my stop loss were to get hit there. Now, I'm going to move it back because I kind of liked where it was. I want to give this thing some room. That right there seems to be the obvious level of support for now. It's just going to update there. It'll move back in a sec. But That's what I want to do. So I'm just going to go through all my open positions here and drag out some of my stop loss orders. So here's Levi. Here's a trade that's working out great. My stop loss is way down here. This stock is, the blue line is where I got in. That's my entry price. The stock is taken off. No sense in letting this thing turn into a loser. I'm going to at least drag my stop loss order up to break even. Okay. Probably should bring it up some more, but for now, I'm not going to be greedy. I'm just going to give it room, drag my stop loss order up to break even. And I do this for all of my positions. I do this once a week. I just kind of go through and move my stop loss orders in the direction of the trend. Nothing fancy here, guys. You'll notice I definitely do not move my stop losses down. I only move in the direction of the trend. That's a best practice that serves me well. I'm going to move this up just a scotch to right about there. I feel like that's a significant level. I'm going to move this to break even. And like I said, guys, I do this once a week, usually. Sometimes I do it more often, but I do it at least once a week. I always do it during this session here so you guys can all see how it's done. I think the rest of these stop loss orders are going to sit right where they are. Stocks are all just kind of hanging tight, not really doing anything or losing as I get down to the bottom of this list. I'm certainly not going to move my stop further away so they can lose even more. This one I'm going to drag up though. If we break here, I don't like that trade anymore. All right, LSCC. Okay, so that's it, guys. How easy was that? How easy was that? Just updating my stop loss orders. Now you might be wondering, what's my process? How do I get into these swing trades in the first place? I got into these swing trades because I was clued into them from Holly AI, our artificial intelligence engine that we call Holly. Many of you are familiar with Holly. If you are not, we have 3 Holly channels. You can see them in your channel bar. We have Holly Grail, Holly 2.0, Holly Neo. All of those strategies, all those AI strategies are built in service of day trading. Meaning, if I go to the, let's go to the Holly Neo channel. So all the trades, this is the Holly Neo channel. These are the trades she currently has open right now. She's long in KNL and short in MLHR. And she's closed these 3 trades. She's closed CGA, HAI, and KNL. So these are all the trades that have happened or are in process right now in the Holly Neo channel. Now, all of these trades will be closed out by the end of the day, at least if you're following Holly. And if you're auto trading Holly, which is something else you can do. All of these trades will be closed out by the end of the day. The AI does not hold any trades overnight. Now, that's not because it has any special insight into that these trades should only be day trades. It's just we built it in service of day trading. Because at the time that we first built these, this is what our customers wanted. Okay? Well, here's the thing. The catalysts within the strategies that got Holly long or short any of these trades to begin with, those catalysts could be anything from, let's say, stock making an all-time high, stock bouncing off a significant low, stock crossing an important moving average, an uptick of insider buying. I mean, there's hundreds of reasons why Holly will get into a trade. And that catalyst, whatever that catalyst was, that catalyst doesn't expire or become useless at 4 p.m. Eastern the same day. That catalyst has the potential, if we're lucky, to push a stock, move a stock for several days or several weeks, if we're lucky. Okay? Does it always happen that way? No, of course not. Of course not. But our job as traders is to find edges. And if we have an edge, an exploitable edge, even if the edge is only 51.49 in our favor, that's an edge you can make money on over the long term. Any kind of edge that you have, you want to trade against that edge as often as possible, because the more often you trade against it, the more likely you are to realize that edge. And so for me, knowing that Holly has identified a catalyst to get into a trade, that's all the edge I need, because I know that Holly has performed well over the long run. And I've seen the results of some swing trades that just took off after Holly got into them. So with that in mind, I built this AI Swings channel here. This is a custom channel that I built on my own. And you already saw this channel. But basically what I do is every day towards the end of the trading day, I usually do this in the last hour. And why do I do it in the last hour? Because By the time we get into the last hour of the day, Holly has typically entered all the trades that she's going to enter. She rarely will enter any new trades in the last hour of the day. She will occasionally, but not often. So in the last hour of the day, I'll come to this layout, and I've got a little window here, my AI strategy trades long window. This is only showing me the long trades that Holly got into today. So I've got this little filter set here in the upper right. You can see I've got it filtered to just show me all the long strategies. I am only interested in trading on the long side. Now that's just a personal preference. I'm not making any value judgments about people who trade on the short side. If you could trade on the short side and make money, great. Keep doing it. Don't make me change what you do. But for my comfort level, I prefer trading on the long side. So I'm only looking at the long trades that Holly's gotten into today. So what I will do at the end of each trading day in the last hour is I'll cycle through all the charts of all the stocks. And I'm going to pay most attention to the monthly chart and the weekly chart, these two here in the upper left. As a long swing trader, I only want to trade stocks that are moving from the bottom left to the upper right. Okay, I want to trade with the trend. I do not want to fight the trend. I want the wind in my sails, the wind at my back. It doesn't guarantee me a profit, but it certainly helps. Okay, so I'm just going to cycle through these charts quickly. I don't like this chart. Nope, I don't like this chart at all. So let's go to Tiger. This one looks a little bit, well, it's interesting. I mean, the monthly chart is up, but the weekly chart, pretty ugly. So I'm going to pass. CGA, wow, I mean, that weekly chart's pretty damn impressive. But, long term, and we still have a lot of overhead supply sitting in the 20 and 30 levels. So I'm going to pass. And pass. So far right now, no trades that I like on the long side. And that's fine. I don't always enter a new trade every day. Some trades I enter 2 or 3 or 4. Or I'm sorry, some days I enter 2, 3, 4, 5 trades. Some days, it happens at least once or twice a week. There's some days where I don't enter any trades. And today, so far, it looks like there will not be any entered that I like. So that's my process there, Siri. I'm glad I anticipated your question there. So that's how I use Holly for swing trading. I find that it gives me some really nice trades to get into. I mean, I'm cherry picking here, but I can show you some. I've been doing this for 4 years now. And it got me into this Peloton trade last year. Look at this Holly buy signal. I bought a swing trade with Holly back there on April 9th, and we had quite a ride into last fall. We got out during this pullback. We never sell at the high, of course not. But we sold somewhere during this downdraft. That was, I believe, that was my biggest winner of the year. So Peloton was one. What's another more recent one that I could think of? Penn National Gaming was a big one. We bought it here. I believe we bought it here, or I can't remember which date we bought it. We bought one of these, and we had a nice ride in that one as well. But of course, they don't all look like that, guys. I mean, I lose on trades far more frequently than I win, but my winners are far larger than my losers, so the math works. I've got it set so that and again, this is the demo account here, so let's not get carried away. But I would trade the exact same way with my real money. I have it set that I'm not risking more than $200 per trade. So all my share sizes, you'll notice here, where does it show? Oh, there it is, positions. You'll notice my share sizes are all different, right? Like here's 194 shares, here's 49 shares, here's 70 shares. All the share sizes are different, but what's common amongst all of these trades is that when I got into them, at the time I got into them, based on where my stop loss was, which my stop loss is always 5% away, just kind of some dummy math that I use. I always set my stop loss, my initial stop loss, 5% away from my entry price. And I size my position such that if my stop loss order gets hit, I will lose no more than $200 of my capital. That's my number, okay? I don't want to risk more than $200. Your number might be higher or lower, and that's great. It doesn't matter. Although I would caution you not to risk more than, say, 2% of your entire portfolio in any one trade. That's a recipe for disaster. But for me, $200 is what I'm willing to risk per trade. So when you see my open P&L positions, none of them are losing more than $200 right now, because once they start to lose $200, they get closed out, right? But some of my winners are far larger than $200, right? Here's CAR up 556. I mean, this pen trade, I think I made somewhere like $2,000 on this trade. And Peloton, we made $3,500. I think I made on that trade, only risking 200 when I first got in. Guys, that's the secret sauce right there. If you do nothing but throw darts at a board to choose whether you're gonna, or to choose what stocks you're gonna buy, and then you throw another, or then you flip a coin, decide whether you're gonna go long or short, if that's your system, it actually can work for you, believe it or not, as long as you size your positions properly and don't take large losses. There's only 4 outcomes for any trade that you put on, guys. You can either win a little bit of money, you can lose a little bit of money, you can make big money, or you can lose big money. If you do nothing else but cut out the big losers from your trading, have no possibility of a large loss, then what's going to happen is probably 90% of your trades are going to end up being small losers and small winners, and they're all going to offset each other. You're going to be net zero, approximately, right? But that other 10% of your trades, those are going to be the big winners, and that's where all your money is going to be made. But that only works if you don't take any large losses. So for me, risking only $200 per trade on every trade, that's how I prevent myself from taking a big loss. And I always have stop loss orders working. Well, as Siri, I could answer that question in 2 ways. I could tell you the math behind it, and you could do it by hand, or if you're using Brokerage Plus, you could have Brokerage Plus do it for you, which is great. But quite simply, as Siri, the way I risk $200 per trade is every trade that I put on, I set my stop loss order immediately at 5% below the current price. So let's say I'm buying a stock that's $100 a share. Well, if my stop loss is going to be 5% away, that means my stop loss level is going to be 95. So if the stock that's currently trading at $100 trades down to 95, I'm out. That's my stop. So how far away is that stop? It's $5. If I'm willing to risk $200 of my capital, and I'm willing to let a stock go $5 against me, well, what I do is I take 200, that's the capital I'm willing to risk, divide it by 5, that's how far away my stop loss level is, and 200 divided by 5 equals 40. That means I should buy 40 shares. Because if I lose $5 per share times 40 shares, that's $200. So that's the math behind it, Siri. You could do that by hand, or you could use Brokerage Plus to make it a hell of a lot simpler for you. So check this out. If you're trading through Brokerage Plus, in the Strategies tab here, if I click on my Strategies tab, you'll notice I have a swing trade buys strategy. This is a custom strategy I built. And if I right click on it, an edit trading strategy, you can see the nuts and bolts. Really, the magic is in these 2 tabs here, risk management and order details. So in the risk management tab, you'll see I'm using a stop loss. So anytime I get into a trade, it's also going to place a stop loss, and I have it set at percent, and right there, 5% away. Now I have a couple of options here. I could use a straight dollars stop loss, where I say I want, all my stops are going to be $2.50 away. Okay, I don't like that, because a $2.50 stop on Amazon looks a hell of a lot different than a $2.50 stop in a $6 stock, right? In percentage terms, it's an ocean of difference. You could use some filters, which is some next level stuff. I'm not going to get into that. We're just covering basics here, but you can use some specific filters that you could use here in the formula tab. But really, I just like to keep things simple. I use percent. I use a straight 5% stop loss. Now, some people might like to use 10, some people might like to use 2. There's no magic in my number of 5%. It's just a number that works for me. I like it. I'm comfortable with it, so it works for me. All right, so stop loss set at 5%. That's step 1. Now I go to the order details tab, and here is where I set my position sizing. All right, now I've got 3 options here. Fixed dollars is pretty simple. What this means is if I set this to say 5,000, What this means is any trade that I get, it's going to buy $5,000 worth of stock. So however many shares that buys, it'll buy them. So if it's a $500 stock, it's only going to buy me 10 shares, right? 10 shares times 500 is $5,000. So pretty simple. I don't hate this, but I don't prefer it, right? I mean, it's one way to keep all of your positions sized properly or sized equally. If that's all you did, that's fine. It's better than nothing, okay? But it's not my preference. The other option is fixed shares. I know there's a lot of old school traders who used to trade in 1,000 share blocks or 500 share blocks, and they just like to do that. That's fine. You can do that. Again, I'll use that Amazon example before. A 500 share trade in Amazon looks a lot different than a 500 share trade in ACB that's a $8 stock, right? So I don't like the fixed shares. The method I use is the based on stop loss, right? So remember, I'm risking 200, my stop loss is 5% away, and I can set my risk value right here. So my risk value is 200. So anytime I enter a trade, I'm going to, the position, it's going to do the math, that math that I just walked you through a moment ago. It's going to do the math and figure out how many shares I can buy such that if my stop loss order gets hit, I only risk $200 of my capital. And you could change that number whatever you want, but me, 200 is the number. So I got everything the way I wanted. I hit OK, and my swing trade buy strategy is all set up. So if I'm trading within Brokerage Plus, now it's super simple for me. Let's pull up, we'll just do a trade real quick, and then I'm going to get out of it because I don't want to hold it. But let's say I wanted to buy this KNL right now. All right. Well, I've got my strategy all set up here that sizes my positions properly. All I need to do is in any one of these charts, I just right click, choose trade KNL, choose the strategy I want to use. I have two strategies, right? Short strategy or buy. I don't like doing shorts, but I have a short swing trade strategy ready to go just in case. But I'm going to use my buy using swing trade buys. I just click that and boom, I'm going to get into the trade. If I go to my executions tab, you will see it here. I'm not sure why there's a lag happening right now. This is embarrassing. For some reason, that trade did not go through. Let's see if it showed up on my P&L here. Huh. I am testing a internal beta, so there might be a little bug here that I need to work out. But let's try this again. Trade, buying, swing trade buys. Huh. For some reason, that's not going through. Don't worry. Have no fear. I promise you it works. I'm on a developer's test version right now, and clearly, there's a bug I need to report. That's why we use the developer version. But it would be just as simple as that, folks, I promise you. All right, burned. Regarding stop loss orders, they are mental, right? Not giving away levels to the market makers. No. My stop loss orders are working. If I go to my orders tab here, you can see all my stop loss orders are working. Again, this is a simulated trading account, so in the real world, these orders actually are not working. But if this were live trading, these are working stop loss orders, and they would be resting with my broker. I know there's some conspiracy heads out there that think that if the stop orders are out there, that the market makers know where they all are and they're all gunning for you. And look, does that happen? Yes, it certainly does happen. It doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen from time to time. But look, if you don't have a stop loss order in, yeah, you might get picked off from time to time. Most likely you're getting picked off in the trade that wasn't working anyway. So you might as well just be out of it and be done with it. But if you don't use stop loss orders and you step away from your screen and you go have some lunch or you go to the beach for the afternoon and the market craters while you're gone, or some news comes out in your stock and I think it's cut in half, you're going to be pretty pissed that you didn't have your stop loss order in. For me, it's not worth it. I always have a stop loss order working. No burned. That's not why they pay for order flow. That's not how that works. Order flow, they're just seeing actual orders that are being placed that are active right now. A stop loss order by definition is not active right now. It doesn't get active until the price triggers. So they're not looking at that. They're just looking at all the buys and sells that are happening right now. I mean, that's a whole different discussion, and it's kind of off topic for what we're doing here. But no, Bernd, it's not the same thing. Jacques, I think you might be onto something there, my friend. I think when I updated to the new developer software, I did not set my account. Let's do this. You are right. Jacques. Jacques is the winner today for the troubleshooter. Notice here under accounts, it says none. I have to go and set up my account. I gotta set up my account, simulated trading by default, hit save, and now I got my thing active. I forgot to do that when I updated my software this weekend. Thanks, Jacques. So now let's try this again. Let's try to buy this stock, this KNL. I'm gonna right click, trade, buy using my swing trade buys, and executions. Boom, there it is. There we go. That worked, Jacques. Thank you. Now I got my trade on. I'm in the trade. You can see my stop loss order is working at 21.84. You can see my fill here in my Brokerage Plus window. If I go to my orders tab, you'll see there's my stop loss order right there. See that? Stop submitted, stop price 21.84. So everything's as good as I want it to be. Now, I'm going to show you how I manually exit trades because I don't want to be in this trade actually. So I'm going to look at my position blotter. I see my KNL. There it is. Now watch this. I'm going to close my trade. I just highlighted it and see this flatten button right up here in the upper right. I'm going to click flatten and that's going to get me out of the trade. If I go to my executions tab, here was my buy and here is my sell. Look at that. I got in and out at the same price. So it didn't cost me anything other than a commission. I like that. Well, thanks, Jock. That was great. Yes, Asiri, I buy at the market. I know there's a whole cottage industry or whole school of thought out there that you should only use limit orders when trading stocks. And I understand why they say that. Nobody wants to get a bad fill. Nobody wants to pay the spread. I get that. But guys, it's 2021. Spreads in stocks are not what they used to be. Most active stocks that we're trading will rarely see a spread more than 5 cents. But here's why I don't care about paying the spread when I'm getting into a trade. First of all, my time frame is a little longer than a day trade, so I'm definitely looking to get into trades and holding them for months or weeks or months if I can. Am I gonna, a month later when I'm up 40% in the trade, am I gonna care that I paid a nickel higher? No, of course not. But here's the bigger reason. The bigger reason is, for those of you who are using limit orders to get into trades, remember that discussion I said earlier about the 4 possible outcomes, right? You can only have, you'll either have a big loser, a big winner, or a small loser and a small winner. Remember that discussion? Well, we're taking care of having the large losers, right? We don't want any large losers, so we have the stop loss orders in place, so we're not worried about that. The small losers and small winners are going to happen whether we like it or not, and they're going to offset each other. They're going to be 90% of our trades, give or take. But those 10% big winners, we have to have those. Having the big winners is what makes the math work. But here's the thing, guys. If you're using a limit order to get into a trade, when you use a limit order, by definition, you are guaranteed to get into every losing trade, right? Because let's say it's a long trade, you're trying to buy it, right? Well, if that's going to turn into a loser, well, by definition, it has to go lower than your entry price for you to lose. So you're always going to get filled on those orders. Your limit orders will always get filled on the losing trades. However, on a stock that signals, that highly signals, and if that thing just starts taking off right away, and you had a limit order, you're not going to get filled. That stock's going to take off without you. And that stock could end up being the one stock that made your day, or made your week, or made your month. Okay? And you're sitting there with your hands in your pockets because you were nickel and dime in your entry with a limit order. Meanwhile, I used a market order and I got in. I paid up and I paid 10 cents more than I wanted to. But you know what? Now I'm in for the $12 ride. Feeling pretty good about myself. Because I need those big wins to pay for everything else. So, yes, I buy at the market. And that's why. If you use limit orders, that's fine. You do you. But I'm telling you why I don't. Well, KR, I see your comment there. Jamie recommended to remove stops after the market and put them back on at 9:40 a.m. because of the algo swings. I mean, I guess I would need some more context on that, but the bottom line is, trading in the first 5-10 minutes of the day, it can be whippy. Stocks can swing around pretty quickly up and down in the first 5-10 minutes as market makers step in and try to create stability. So yeah, if you're putting trades on in the first minutes after the opening bell, that comes with its own set of risks, and you gotta account for that for sure. Okay, well, wow, 45 minutes have flown by so far, folks. I see that some people have logged in since we first started. For those of you who don't know, this is the live Q&A, and we're driven by comments and questions from you guys. And I'm here till the top of the hour, so really only about 10 minutes left. But if you have any questions about the software, how to use the software, about a certain feature, throw it in here, and I'll do my best to answer it for you. And we do these every day, by the way, guys. Every trading day, Monday through Friday at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We have a different person hosting every day. I usually do Mondays. Tomorrow will be Steve Gomez. I think he's back from vacation. He's on vacation right now, but I believe he's back tomorrow. So Steve will be on the mic. Wednesday is usually Michael, and Thursday is Jamie, and Friday is Andy. Sometimes Chris Varley sneaks in and handles it for somebody. But the point is, you get different people, different perspectives, different ideas, different voices. So something to learn from everybody. Well, Asiri, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad you liking my idea about the AI swing trades. It's been pretty effective. I mean, look. It's been a bull market, so take that for what it's worth. But swing trading on the long side using Holly signals for the past 3-4 years has been very good to me. I hear you, KR. So Jamie's saying if you're in some swing trades. It's good to have a stop loss, but maybe just remove it for 10 minutes at the open so you don't get caught in any traps. Look, I have no problem with that. As long as you put it back on at 9:40. Right? Sure, you don't want to get your stop losses triggered at the open and some bad prints. I get that. I hear what you're saying. That's 25 years of trading experience coming at you there from Jamie. Jamie, like myself, we've both been at this game for over 20 years. So folks, like I said, I have, about 10 minutes left here. So throw some questions in there if you got them. Now's the time. Guys been playing around with this Buzz social sentiment channel at all? It's just, these are stocks that are being heavily talked about on social media, good or bad. You make your own determination, but these are the stocks that are being heavily talked about these days out on the social media channels. Some people like to fade the crowd on the old social medias. SpaceX. Oh, that's a pretty ugly chart in SpaceX since February. Failure to launch, someone might say. Noob question. Oh, I love noob questions. What do we got here? Is there an easy way to get all the TI windows to reappear when I Alt-tab it to application or click on the taskbar. The way you can get all windows to disappear and reappear, the easy way to do it is with your TI menu bar up here at the top, simply hit the flatten button right there. Hit that flatten button, they all go away. And to bring them all back up with one click or 2 clicks, you hover your mouse over your TI icon in your Windows taskbar, and you locate the TI menu bar, which is right here. Click that, and that'll bring everything back up. Pretty simple. No alt tabbing or anything like that. Just minimize with your TI window or TI menu bar. Hit the minimize, and to bring them all back up, just click right here. Boom. What time does the new strength alert get updated? When I click the channel, maybe at 8 a.m. every Monday? That's a good question. I'm not sure what time. I know it's up there before the open on Monday. What time exactly? I don't know. I can, if you stand by, I can ask Michael back channel here. Let me send him a quick message here. All right, I just asked Michael here back channel in our company Slack. I'll see if he gets back to me here. He might be doing something else at the moment. I do know that it is updated before the bell, before the opening bell. I know that. What time exactly? I don't know. It might not even be the same time every Monday. It might just be whenever somebody can get around to updating it. That might be the actual answer. I see Michael's typing. So we have an answer incoming. Stand by. Stand by. Okay, I'm told that it generally gets done on Sunday night. So anytime you wake up on Monday morning, it should be ready to go. It's a manual process. It's a human doing it. It's Michael who's doing it. It's not a machine generated, at least for the channel update. So Michael says he does it on Sunday nights. He will be doing it on Sunday nights. It's all based on scans at the end of the market action on Friday. So I mean, anytime over the weekend that he does it, he can put it up. But it sounds like he does the Sunday nights. And the splash screen as well will also be updated at the same time. So let me bring up that channel again. So these top lists that you see here that have the new symbols and this email will be updated on Sunday nights. Okay, hope that answers that question. Looks like it did. You're welcome. And thank you, Michael, for answering that question. By the way, Michael usually does the Wednesday live Q&As. So if you want to ask questions directly of the creator of the TI Strength strategy, Michael's your guy. He does this on Wednesdays. So tune in on Wednesday and you can ask the man directly. Boston Trader, do I use any TI scans for swing trading ideas? I use the Holly AI as I laid out earlier. I don't know if you missed that discussion, but I've built an AI swings channel right here. It's my own custom channel. And I'm picking my swing trades from the long trades that Holly has done today. Okay. So these are the stocks I'm looking at. I mean, I went through this earlier. I don't like any of these stocks today, so I'm not going to trade any of these, but this is where I get my ideas from. Every one of these trades that you see here in my open positions tab, every one of these trades was a Holly trade on the day that I traded it. So like this Intel trade, you can see the date I entered on March 24th, right? If I pull up this chart, you will see right there, March 24th was the latest buy signal from Holly AI, and that's when I got into it right there, March 24th. So that's where I get my swing trade ideas from. Wes, earlier you mentioned the Strengths Alert channel. Is there a recommended weight distribution for the selected stocks? It's equal weighted. Okay. So if you're committing, I don't know, let's just talk small numbers here so it's accessible to everybody. Let's say you got $1,000 that you're going to commit to this strategy. Basically means you're buying $200 worth of all 5 stocks, equal weighted. Now, you can choose to weight them differently if you'd like, but the performance results that we've published that I showed earlier, that's based on equal weighted. So all 5 stocks are sized the same. I'm not talking about the same number of shares. I'm talking about the same dollar value. So if I'm investing $1,000 per name, then it's $1,000 per trade, right? However many shares that buys. You know, for some of you guys are curious about this, I mean, if you got like a Robinhood account or some cheap little account with no commissions, why not throw $1,000 into a Robinhood account and invest $200 per name every week on Monday morning, and obviously close out the previous trades before you enter the new ones, and just do that for a few weeks, few months, and see how that works out. I think you might be surprised at how well it's doing. I mean, look, just because it's performed well in the past is no guarantee that it'll perform well in the future, of course, but it won't cost you too much to find out. All right, guys, so last call for questions here. Otherwise, I'm going to pass the room back to Barry, and Barry will take you into the close. Siri, I'm not so worried about fine tuning my entries. I'm not sitting here watching every trade, and I'm not trying to get in the moment that the Holly gets in. That's not my MO. Again, I'm on a different time frame, right? I'm not on an intraday time frame, so I don't care about getting in the exact same price she gets in. I'm playing for much bigger moves, right? And I like to wait until the end of the day, only because by then I can see all the trades that she's done today, and then I could just go right down the list and get all in all at once. I mean, there's no magic in getting it at the end of the day. I mean, I could get into these trades at the beginning of the day if I wanted. It's just that I don't have visibility into the trades that she's done yet until the end of the day. I guess theoretically, I could, in the first half hour of the day, I could get into all the trades that I like from yesterday, from the previous day. I don't think that would, degrade the performance in any major way. But yeah, I'm not looking for precision entries. I'm looking for long moves. I mean, just to bring back that Peloton example, let's bring up the chart. I mean, look at this weekly chart of Peloton last year. I bought it on April 9th. Now, if I bought it on April 10th or April 11th or April 12th even, I mean, would it really have mattered? I still would have caught this huge ass move, right? Who cares what price I paid over these 3 days? That's why I'm like that, Asiri. I don't care. I'm not fine-tuning my entries. Okay, folks, Barry's ready to go. He's locked and loaded. This concludes our live Q&A. Come on back tomorrow, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Steve Gomez, my man, will have your back. Or come back any day this week. Any day during the trading week, we do these live Q&As. Thank you for attending. Have a great trading day. Have a great trading week. And I'm going to pass you back to Barry. Take care, everybody.
1, 2, 3, 4. We've got a lot actually this week. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have 11 IPOs this week. Okay. So let's see what might be interesting. So this first one here, DV could be interesting. Digital advertising, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So 13 million shares, 24 to 27. So that could be interesting just based on who's behind it. And NeuroPace obviously looks like a little buy, not a little necessarily. JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley. So if you want to, okay, so I am back. Okay. If you want to find out when they're going to start trading. This is what you can do. So let's type in DV, the first one, okay? I'm going to create a price alert. Create a price alert, put $1. Obviously, it's going to open over $1. Done, okay? So that's the first one. NPCE, NPCE. Create another price alert. Put $1. Okay, I'm just going down this IPO list. Skywater Technology. What the heck do they do? Or trying to do? Semiconductor development, etc. All right. Well, how many shares? 5. So another low one. So you know what? Why not SKYT? I mean, doesn't hurt to put these price alerts in. SKYT. Another price alert. Path. Well, they have a big mission. Our mission is to unlock human creativity and ingenuity by enabling the fully automated enterprise. All right, why not? So Path. I don't know what is considered the big one next week or this week, but I'll get Path in also. This sounds interesting. Know before. KNOW. Our mission is to enable employees to make smarter decisions every day. Know before, all right? And that is KNBE. I wonder if no was taken already. Yeah, no was taken already. Otherwise, I'm sure they would have. Well, I don't know. When was this? They should have taken no. It hasn't traded since 2000 and since last year as no. Anyway, KNMB. KNBE. Create another price alert. So why I'm doing this again is that if you're interested to know exactly when an IPO starts trading, you can create, kind of trick the system, put the symbol in. And we have another one, ZY. Put the symbol in, just create a price alert, $1. Obviously it's going to open over $1. So you'll get the chart. Well, I'll show you what's going to happen. Horizon is on the way down. HRZM, ZM. Rain, what do you do? Rain Therapeutics, Goldman, Citi, Piper Stanley, Guggenheim. So Goldman's involved in a few of these. And the last one, TMCI. So I'm going to show you what I've done. Okay, so those are the IPOs this week. So let's take a look at my price alerts. Okay, you see them all down here. So what I do is I minimize the window. I put a sound alert on it also. I have a sound alert, actions, I have a sound alert. So when these IPOs start trading, this window will, I have it minimized, it'll pop up on my screen and I'll see it. And that is the price alerts window. So from the toolbar, click on new and then price alerts. And you can have 500 of them. Nobody needs 500 price alerts, but you can have 500 of them. All right, take a look at clean energy. You guys are trying to find a long entry. Okay, I see a little pop in the 15-minute chart. I just don't have any faith in anything popping that much, that's all. I mean, it might give us a little bit, but unless the market all of a sudden, excuse me, even though this shouldn't really matter what the rest of the market's doing, had its own news, but I don't know. I just don't have any faith that we're going to see a big bounce in anything. You need to change your email. How do I do this? Okay, I don't know, but if you go to the home page, I'm sure somebody will be able to help you. And let me just give you the home page link. Okay, when you go to the home page, you'll see it's not a pop-up, but it'll say Q&A, start a Q&A or something like that. And just put that, say, how do I change my email? Here's the email I have. All right, talk a little bit about the test drive that's coming up. Oops. And I sure hope it's a little more exciting come May, come what may. So this is the test drive sign up, okay? So when you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. So the test drive starts on May the 10th, runs to May the 21st. That is 10 trading days. And, you know, to be completely upfront, if you can only start on May the 11th, you'll get 9 days. If you can start on the 12th, you'll get 8 days, okay? It's not 10 trading days from whenever you start. This is it, from the 10th to the 21st. It'll cost you $8.99 for those 2 weeks. You'll have access to our full premium service. So if you sign up right now, all you're doing is pre-registering, okay? So please do not ask our support people, okay, I just signed up, where's my data? Data doesn't start until May the 10th. That's a Monday, all right? So all you're doing right now is pre-registering. And if you're a standard subscriber and you want to try our premium service out for those 10 trading days, you can do so also for the $8.99. Okay, we only do this, I don't know how many times we're going to, maybe we're down to twice a year, I don't know. So I don't know when the next one will be after May. And the other thing is, don't worry. when the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription, okay? When it's over, you'll be offered a promo code if you do want to take out a subscription, but we don't automatically put anybody into a subscription. And the other thing I'll talk about is the strength alerts. The new, this is, I think it's third week. I guess this is the start of the third week of the strength alerts. Mainly for people, and okay, it is available if you're a subscriber to Trade Ideas. You do have access to the strength alerts. New service that we just started. I guess this is the start of the third week of it. So if you want to access the strength alerts, new channel bar and strength alerts, okay? And when you click on that, you'll see the blurb about why a stock is a strength alert this week. Otherwise, if you want to subscribe to it, you're not a Trade Ideas subscriber, you want to, this is very, very entry level, $17 a month. And just read what it says. You know, you'll get 5 new trade ideas sent to you before the market opens Monday morning. Okay, and this explains what, like how, the how, what, and why. Okay. Especially good for people who, you know, cannot, you know, I'm probably not talking to too many people in this room because most of the people in the room, of course, are relatively active traders. So they would want the program. But if you're not an active trader, you just sort of popped into the room wondering what it's all about, but you really cannot sit in front of a computer all day long, then that little $17 a month package might be just what you're looking for. Oh, look at this one. The Tribune, just a lot of volume coming in. TPCO, big pop up here. Don't know if there's any news. Tribune says Swiss, well, this was earlier. I don't know. So this was the reason for the gap down, I guess. Swiss billionaire walks away from the buyout bid. Aha. So there had been a buy, of course, look at this. So yeah, so TPCO, there had been a buyout bid a few days ago, I guess back on the 5th. Okay, so this was the news this morning. Okay, so the Swiss billionaire decided to leave the group. So this is not so the group is not yanking it, but I guess he's obviously an important cog. Ah, I see. Okay, so I guess they must have had some kind of a bio proposal here. maybe a rival group came in, but now they're yanking it. Anyway, that is that's what's happening with TPCO. Nothing. Not one thing, Sam. It's just going to show, I mean, there's just not a lot of general activity, at least in the stuff that I look at. And I can't manufacture it. But it will turn around. Yeah, so the past stocks, only started. So 2 weeks. This is the start of the third week. Number one, okay. I think you're just using an for example. So it's only been, I think, one of the symbol lists. Now I better see if it's available to everybody. So we do have something. So I'll tell you what. If you right click, I don't know what your name is in that script, okay? But you can hear me and you can see what I'm doing. So you're the one who asked, how can I retrieve past stocks in the Strength Alerts channel? Just want to, before I keep going, just want to make sure you can hear me and you can see what I'm going to do. Okay, so if you right click on an alert window, I just want to see if the symbol list is available to you. So right click on and then click on symbol lists, okay? Where it says add existing list, do you have something that says TI Strength Archive? Because that'll be all of them. And if you do, then you just click it, and then when you go into your Strength Alerts channel, then you can make sure only the following lists. See, it's only looking at these two. It's looking at this one for this week, TI Strength, and you could add this one. Now you might get, I'm asking you. You have to, if you right click on the alert window, it's got nothing to do whether you're premium. I just don't know if they've added it as a general symbol list for everybody. So again, if you right click, configure, and then symbol list, and where it says, and then click on add existing list, now scroll down. If you see something that says TI Strength Archive, then that means it's accessible. If you don't see it, then it means it's not accessible. I love it. Britcoin. Beautiful. Or are you kidding? Is this a late April Fool's? No, you know what? I'm going to ask Michael if it's available to everybody. Yeah, again, it's got nothing to do whether you're a premium subscriber or not. Okay, it's got nothing to do with that. You don't have to be a premium subscriber. You could be a standard subscriber. I just don't know if the symbol list has been made available to everybody. That's all. I just don't know. It is truth? Okay, cool. I love it. I wish I thought about it and patented that. Okay, it is available. Okay. All right, so if you're still listening to me, it is available, okay? You just have to add the list. Again, you just have to add it. So right click on an alert window or a top list window, or if you went into your, I wouldn't do it in the, what I would do is I would probably create a top list window or something. Kind of like this, okay? Let's just do it. So a new top list window. And I'm going to start from scratch. Okay. Where is it? So here it is. Never mind what it says. And then I'm going to configure, right click configure, symbol lists, add existing list. I was just told this list is available to everybody. The TI strength archive, okay? So there it is. I'm going to go here. Only the following lists. So I'm going to get rid of this and this and this. Okay. Thought I started from scratch. I didn't load it, that's all. Now you can add filters, of course, but I just wanted to show you. Okay, so here they are. So they may, I think probably what happened is they didn't include the first week for whatever reason, okay? The first week is, because this is, we have last week and we have this week. Okay? Hog is making a little leg down here, guys. Hog is making a little bit of a leg down. Again, I just don't know how dynamic this will be. I'm not going to start taking trades out of boredom. Though Horizon, now see, there's a trend. There's a trend. Look at Horizon. I know I saw this one earlier. Look at this candle today for Horizon, HRZN. Not shortable, that's right. It's not shortable for me. Interactive brokers. Maybe that's why I didn't care about it. They don't even see a float for it. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. I mean, it's been a tough launch, I think, for the strength alerts. I mean, you know, there's just not a lot of movement right now. So, you know, but I think I like the concept. Look at this GFN. What the heck happened here? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's move on the CASA thing. Okay. Really? Okay. I didn't see that. Not big runs though, but I mean, you know, they're not supposed to be these. Well, I mean, listen, if it happened, it happens, but they're not meant to be these rocket ship type stocks. No. Did you ever? I know you were toying with futures and all a while back. You gave that up, or are you still doing that on the side and you're not telling us? You have to have the beta, Calvin. It's the beta. So when you say the pro version, it's only the beta, unless they change something on me. So you have to when you go to the download software, you have to scroll down to the beta right here. Not this. Okay. And I should point that out. So anybody with E-Trade right now, if you wanted to use this Brokerage Plus window, you can now, we finally added another one to Interactive Brokers. Interactive Brokers, of course, was the first one forever, but now E-Trade has joined in the ability to be able to use this Brokerage Plus window to trade, if that's what you want to do. But you have to download our beta. I don't know, Moff. I haven't, you guys can hear me, right? Yeah, so Moff, on your end, do a refresh. I think today, did you get an email, Calvin? Did you get actually get an email today? I think we'd released it last week, but you know, we didn't sort of broadcast it. I think today, I thought maybe there was an email that was going to go out to all of our subscribers. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, just a minute, please. Yeah, we actually have some big names. Big names. Netflix, as you say, IBM, but Netflix this week also. I'm sure there's some other big names. I don't care about these guys, in terms of trading them, but it just start to get a little more interest maybe in the market. And then we start getting the ones that are what I call kind of the second tier, a little more, what I call a little more affordable, that release earnings that don't necessarily get a lot of focus until their earnings day. Yeah, I don't know the answer to that one, Calvin. So yeah, if anybody wants to, who's got E-Trade, are there any, as you say, hidden charges? Boy, Horizon just keeps moving down here, guys. Not shortable for me. HRZN, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, you know what? A little pop here for CGA at a kind of little consolidation in the 15-minute chart. I like to see some volume though. See, there's no volume yet associated really with it. I mean, you look at the 5, it's, in the 2, I suppose, but I'd like to see some volume coming in. Well, for those of you following the coin is a little bit of a move here, a little bit of one. I mean, I'm just sort of trying to see anything that's moving. Wow, this HRZN. Wow, 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 wow. Pretty good, yeah. I would say yes. I mean, they don't happen to have it with HRZN, but ranking up there with other brokers, IB always has had a reputation for, having a wide variety of shorts available, different stocks. Is it the best? Probably not. It's certainly not the worst. Yeah, this one, yeah, certainly real. Yeah, Archon. This has been a pretty active trader. From this all, and then all of a sudden the big collapse, not collapse, but big pullback. But I remember this day when it got up here and then it just sold right off. Again, this is a China stock, energy sector China stock. Okay, so Archon just appeared on your scan reel. I'm sure you probably saw it somewhere else, but Archon just appeared on the scan that I've got from you anyway. So what's the high looking left on that weekly chart is 860, so it's got a ways to go there. Look at the nice volume that came in this candle here. Another minute for this to close on the 15-minute chart. What scanner is there? Well, there's no, I don't know if there's a scanner specifically for relative volume. Relative volume is just a filter that can be added to any. I don't know if there's a scanner devoted just to, I mean, you know, you can take a topless and add relative volume to it and then sort on that to see the top relative volume leaders. I don't think there's a scanner. If I shouldn't say scan. I'm sorry. I think you were talking. I was misinterpreting a channel. So all you have to do is take a topless window, add whatever filters you want. I don't have one. No, but it's really simple to do. If you just click new topless window and start from scratch, load the settings. Now you start adding your, I'll do one. I mean, I'll just put one here. Let's go 1 in 30. Okay. Volume today, 400,000. See how I'm building it right now. Okay. And that's all I'm going to do. That's all I'm going to do. And then what I'll do is I'll add a relative volume of 2. Okay. Minimum. And then what I'm going to do is now I want to have the price over here. I'm going to create the, I don't care about company name. The volume, I'm just creating my columns now. The relative, this will be the key one. So watch what I'm going to do. And then I sort on the list. I sort on the relative volume column, and now I'm getting the top ones. Okay, but look, I'll give you this, but you can massage it any way you want. But that's the principle, right? That's just the principle. But so you can add your own filters in terms of minimum volume, price range. You can add other things, but all I'm saying is that if you have the relative volume as a filter, you don't even need it as a filter, really. You just want to have it as the column so you can sort on it. And, and so you just double left click to sort on it. Okay. Well, you can, yeah, you can. I mean, just right click configure and do a search, an RSI. So you can add them as columns. You know, these are the RSI filters that we have. Here are the Bollinger bands. So you can add them as columns, or you can add or you can add them as filters with minimum values. But if you're just looking, okay, well, if that's money, then you go do it. You know, I mean, the whole beauty of a top list window is the ability to sort on the various columns. Okay? Well, that's why you can add a minimum volume, you know, to it. Okay, like a minimum volume of whatever that number might be, 100,000, 250,000 exactly. I wouldn't add daily volume. I would just add minimum volume. Well, that's a daily. I would not add an average daily volume. Because you'll miss, okay, what happens if a stock normally over the last 10 days or 20 days or 30 days has only traded 5,000 shares a day? Okay. And today it's trading 2 million, 3 million, 10 million because of some craziness. You'll miss that one if you put, I never use, well, it's fine if you're looking longer term, I guess, for swing trade, maybe, but I never use the average volume. But if you're looking for intraday pops, because again, if you put 100,000 minimum or something per day or 500,000, you're going to miss that one that's just an insane day but doesn't normally trade. Yay! Yes, I didn't even see it. Did it do anything? Depends on the. Here I have 400,000. It really depends. You know, I think here I have, I don't know, 100,000 or 300,000, 150,000 shares here. It depends on what I'm looking at, I suppose. Well, again, if you use a million, I mean, listen, there's nothing wrong. Here's what you do. You put in a million, you put in 1,000,000, you put in 500,000, you put in 250,000. If you're not getting the looks, you know, that you want, that's the whole thing about, you know, the alert windows. Yeah, I've got some filters in place, but maybe, you know, if I'm not getting what I'm liking, wanting to see, then I can always adjust the filter values. So obviously, if you put, you know, 500,000 shares minimum versus 100,000 shares, you might limit yourself. Maybe the move has already been made at 500,000 shares. You know, it's trial and error. There's no magic. Well, you should always use this. You know, volume. There's no magic. But I know people that say I don't want to see a stock unless it's traded 1,000,000 shares, and that's fine if that's what they want to do. If they can find enough interesting stocks to trade by sticking that in, that's fine. There's no right or wrong. Now, as you know, I don't really like this one. I know it showed up on the option scanner, but when you look left, you know that high last week, not that far away. To me, it's just too choppy. So even though yes, it showed up, doesn't mean okay hopping into it. I just don't like. I don't like the fact that it's not that far away from last week's high. I want to see a lot more room that a stock can potentially run without encountering any highs. Are you talking about the color in the chart, Lance? So Ajit, okay, I'll answer Ajit first. So first of all, what you should do is right click on an alert window, configure, okay? And click on search. And we do have categories here, okay? One of them, we've got candlestick, candle pattern, geometric pattern, okay? So you can see what we've got for them. If you're looking for something specifically, so when this says all alerts and filters, let's just say you're looking for Ichimoku, okay? Just for argument's sake. And you start typing it in and nothing's popping up, that means we don't have it. Okay? Well, we'll just do the search, Ajit, okay? That's what I'm saying. Do the search yourself. Okay, I mean, if you, again, just geometric patterns, here they are. If you don't see it here, then we don't have it. It's not, maybe that makes sense, but I don't use them at all, so. And that's why we have them. That's why we have them. Everybody is a different type of, not everybody, but I mean, there are different trading styles out there. So that's why I always say in my initial spiel that we hope that we have created enough alerts and filters to satisfy most of our subscribers, being able to put a combination of those to give them the looks that they're looking for. All right, well, it's maybe sooner than you think. So here's the sign up link for it. It'll start May the 10th. Maybe that's not soon enough for you, but that's when it will be. So there it is, the test drive, May 2021. You click on the link. And there it is, May the 10th to the 21st, 10 trading days, $8.99. So if you do this, if you sign up, all you're doing is pre-registering. Okay, you're just basically pre-registering. Obviously, no data until May the 10th. So you don't have to sign up right now, but if you do, and you're pretty sure that you're going to be doing it. The other thing is that this is the 10 trading days, May the 10th to the 21st. Just so there's no confusion or no feeling that you were misinformed, if you have to be able to take advantage of it from the 10th to the 21st for the 10 trading days. If you can only start on the 11th, you'll get 9 days. If you can start on the 12th, you'll get 8 days, okay? Now, little background on this, we used to only do it for 1 week, just 5 trading days for the same price. So, the last few have been the 2 weeks, so anyway, full premium service will be available to you, all right? No, it does not automatically convert into a subscription. We get that question a lot. When the test drive is over, there's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe or anything. Of course, we'll have a little promo code for you that if you want to take out a subscription, you can do so. I don't know if there's limited spots. I don't think so. The last test drive, we had 4,000 people sign up. Usually they're 25%. I think that thing with TrendSpider is very special, but usually it's 25%. But I don't know. I mean, I don't get involved in the promos at all. They decide what they want to do. Yeah, I'm not sure why they do a 30% for that trend spider thing. I really don't know. But anyway, it only one of the reasons is it only lasts about a day. So, till tomorrow night, okay. Well, Archon is still hanging in there. So for me, I guess if it can take out that 8 EMA on the 2-minute chart, if it can pierce it, that might give me the opportunity to look at a short for Archon. Over and over and over and over and over and over again. Well, that's why I'm here, though. Seriously. So that's really my only focus right now is this Archon to see if it stalls right here. And there's that 8 EMA, the rising 8 EMA on the 2-minute chart. And so if we get a poke down below it, I might take a little short. All right, well, maybe some profit taking today from Levi. I'd be really watching this one to see how much further it goes down a couple of days because, again, maybe I'm reading too much into this news for Levi. It had their earnings here. Reaction was okay. I would like to seen it that bar being. I mean, it still closed above the previous day's close. And then they announced also, though, that, think about how many retailers are shutting down, closing stores. So Levi said, you know what, we're going the other way. Our opening stores, 40 of them to start anyway, taking advantage of depressed real estate in the malls. So getting good deals. Yeah, 53.19 is the trigger. Yeah, it didn't get up there yet. It may not. There's the high. That's the high of Friday. So that is the trigger if it takes out the high of Friday. My issue with, it's got some room to go, I guess. 55, 56, I guess, up to this level. Yeah, guys, that's a great alert from the AI. It's just out of the range I like, but look at that. 88.13. There's a short up 14, well, now 15%. And pretty steady. You know, after that initial flurry, then pretty steady down. And then, of course, earlier on, the CGA has come back. It's been a little bit choppy after that initial first move, but yeah, I mean, that HAE, what a move is right. Company announced. Okay, announced that CSL Pharma has informed the company of its intent to not renew its supply agreement. So they must have been a big client or something. But there's the news for HAE. You're talking about HAE, where it stopped out? Yeah, this is a great example of why we always say manage the exits on your own. This is where the AI got out of the trade at 89.61. In fact, it got stopped out. Actually got stopped out. Okay. Well, it hit the stop. Yeah, on that candle right there. So there was the candle, and it obviously shot up to 89.61. That was the stop, got out, and then it turned around. So, well, it must have hit it. I'd have to back out, I guess, on the 5. So here's the candle. There's the 5-minute candle with the alert. I see the high was 90.45. I mean, I have to assume it popped up and then came right back down. Second candle in the 2-minute. Okay. So there's a classic. You know, we talk about stops and all that in my little spiel at around 10:20 or so. So we talk about the stops. Okay, got stopped out. Now, and you obey your stop. But look what happened afterwards. It's set up for all the reasons why the AI got into this trade at the beginning. They were still valid and had an opportunity to get back into the trade. And look what happened. Now, does this always happen like this? Of course not. But, you know, you get stopped out. But again, you have an opportunity to get back into the trade. I better set an alert right around 773 for Icon or Archon. Yeah, you had the alert. Obviously popped right up. How far away? 39. See, the AI got out earlier on a profit save, though. I mean, it wasn't really a profit, but you didn't wait for the stop. if the top is in. Well, I've got my alert set. See, it's just, see how it's just kissing that 8 EMA on the 2-minute chart? Like to see it pierce right through. Now, the only issue is, looks like there's decent support right around here at 750, 758. Right here. I wish that weren't there. And that's, that looks like it's a fib level that Real is talking about. So I just use the eyeball test, excuse me. You know, I just check to see, okay, where do I think there could be some support? All right, we'll hit a mini trigger here for the Archon. All right, well, let's see. Let's see if it can break. If it can break through this, then I think we've got a lot of room. I'm talking about the Archon. Remember, all I was waiting for was a break of that 2 and see if it can continue down from there. Guys, I'm just waiting on the Archon. See if it has any sort of a move. I'm in it. I just want to make sure it doesn't, you know, well, if it gets back up to the mid 80s, I'm out, but and I can always reshort it. Meanwhile, the tattooed chef is getting tattooed again. All right, well, that got me out of the Archon. So now I'm going to, I took a small loss on the Archon, so I'm just going to wait and see whether or not it can move back down from here again. So I'm just going to stick my alert, took a small loss on it. All right, guys. Oh. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm just watching the Archon here. I want to see if I can get back into it. Viacom, boy. Still beaten up, man. Oh man, still beaten up. What a fiasco that was. I don't know. I don't know how much more extensive this is going to be. Not just for Viacom, but with the rest of them that were nailed in that with that hedge fund. So I see IJA Gold, it's my option scanner, but I just don't see that it's going to be that dynamic. Maybe not today anyway. Maybe tomorrow it'll take this out, but I just don't see it being that dynamic. I don't trade options, no. When I refer to the option scanner, I'm talking about the filters that we have, okay? Well, I should actually show you the filters that we have. So we have the put-call ratio. Options volume is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Option volume today, obvious. Put volume and call volume today, obvious. And then this is the metric right there. Option volume today percent. So if something has normally traded, say over the last 10 days, 2,000 contracts, and I put something like this as a filter, 300%, in other words, 3 times, that particular stock will have to have traded at least 6,000 contracts before I would see it. So it's just showing you stocks with abnormal option activity. If it helps you trade the option, great. That's not what I'm using it for. I'm just using it. It's another way of my seeing abnormal activity with a stock. Looking at it from the option point of view. Okay. So I don't know. Oh, I see what happened here. The CFO resigned last week. I don't. I guess it was another one where somebody resigned, but they just disclosed today that the CFO resigned last week. And then I'm talking about TTCF. Well, I'm losing I'm losing interest in this Archon. One reason is that the spread is not great. 780, 789. That's not good. So unless it really starts to move down soon, I'm just going to forget about it. Took a small loss earlier. Yeah, you're welcome, Bobby. We'll see you tomorrow. SBGI, okay, check it. I will. I'll check it. Yeah, a little break. I see what you're looking at here on the daily chart. A little bit of a break here out of all this. Some volume coming in. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I don't know what happened here, but it is, a lot of consolidation in this area. Some volume coming in right now. I'm not sure I've seen this one before. Impact Mortgage or MTG. IMH, that's a nice break here. Very low float, 11 million in the float. Well, it's got some room. 284. All right, well, Archon did not, I'm glad I did not re-enter this. I almost did right here, but it's now popping over 8. So I don't know, maybe it'll give us a short later on, but I'd probably be long gone. There's the next high looking left on the daily is 860. Yeah, so Netflix has earnings the 20th. That is after hours tomorrow. That has earnings. Okay. IMH, what did it do? Well, you know, the next high looking left is 236. It's at 229 right now. Not a ton of volume. Doesn't trade that much. That 439,000 shares is 3.6 times normal. So it doesn't trade that much. All right, guys, I'm taking one last look at this Archon. Oh, that's okay. I mean, the clean energy short was early on. That's okay. You know, my video did not suggest that it was going to keep going down, but no, no, no. All right, guys, it is 2:30. Wow, a slow day for me. Closing the room at 3 o'clock. Okay, so before I do that, I know we have about half an hour left. I'll just one last time go over my home page. But before I do that, yeah, I'll just talk a little bit about the test drive. Man, I have no idea how many people we're going to get this time. We added more people in support, so hopefully we'll be well equipped. So again, there's the test drive link. Just read it. It's pretty self-explanatory, okay? And you're pre-registering. That's all you're doing right now. You're just pre-registering. So don't expect any data until May the 10th. When you click on my home page tab and click on that link, and I would suggest that you save the tab, or save the link. A lot of information. Give me a moment here, close these down. A lot of information on my home page, including how to take out a subscription with a promo code. You can either go annual or month to month. If you go month to month, the promo code is only good for the first month. Trade of the week, which I do not think, I don't think it triggered today yet. May not trigger this week. It's Cisco 5319 was the trigger. Stock of the day, I've already done my video. All the scans I'm sharing, all the scans right here. Here's my layout that I'm sharing, the one that you see, plus a lot of different individual scans. So if you already have a layout that you like, but you'd like to take a look at some of my scans, maybe add them to your layout, this is where you do it. Here are the gap up, gap down share, pre-market actives up and down. These 4 scans are what I use in the pre-market every single day for years and years and years. Education link right here. So if you're brand new, I would really recommend you take the 20 lessons. Channel bar, what is a top list, building one, alert window, creating one, on and on and on. Down to the AI, which we nicknamed Holly. So a lot of information here in the 20 lessons. Daily support sessions between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Sign up for them all right here. More educational videos. And I think this is really cool if you are new to trading, really new to trading, or if you're just looking for a refresher. 36 very, very short little videos. Starting off literally, what is a stock? Okay? So back to basics. And some trading ebooks that we created. So again, a lot of information on my homepage. BCDA. I don't see anything yet, to be honest. I mean, I know there's a bottoming tail there, so it did get down to 350, but I don't see anything yet for BCDA. I mean, it's still it's a low float, 12 million in the float. So I personally don't see anything right now, but I'm not telling you not to do it. I mean, there's the little pop here, but I mean, like, what are you trying to get out of it? When I say it like that, I'm wondering, like, are you trying to get an intraday little trade out of it? If so, there's not much room. Are you trying to maybe say, okay, this is the bottom, so I'm going to take it for a swing trade? I mean, I don't think, in my opinion, that enough has been presented to know that that's going to be the bottom. Other than, there was a bottoming tail there, but you still got all this to get through, which is not that far away. That doesn't sound very free, Calvin, does it? Yeah, Futu is on an. What's Tiger doing? Sort of the cheaper version. Yeah, Tiger's doing the same thing. TIGR doing exactly the same thing as Futu. FUTU. There must be something. I mean, that can't be. I mean, I don't know. I've never had E-Trade, but that doesn't seem right. Everybody talks about free commissions, but if you're going to be charged that amount for data, just one moment, please. All right, guys. Well, Archon's giving me that look again. Okay, guys, so not too much time left today, so now's a great time to ask me questions if you have any. Don't be shy. I think I know the answers to that. No, I didn't know. I did not know the answer to that. Just a second, please. HZO. Let's take a look at HZO. For what? I mean, it's right now on a weekly chart, it's just sort of doing nothing. Nothing on a daily chart. I have no opinion, really. It doesn't trade very much. It's not trading today very much at all, so I'm not sure what to say about it. I mean, it's just not doing anything. Oh, I have no idea. I have no idea. I don't play earnings whatsoever. Okay? If you're asking me what do I think they're going to do because of earnings, I have no idea. I don't even attempt to all it would be, it'd be a guess. I'd have to, I know, I know I'm repeating myself. I don't play earnings plays at all. I never hold anything through earnings. Never, 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 Joe. You got it, got it, got it? Okay. A timestamp. That's difficult. That's difficult, Ahmad. Okay. I mean, you can look obviously on a chart, and you can see, you can see volume right on the chart when volume comes in. Okay. But if you're talking about something that, yeah, I don't really think you can do that. Yeah. No, there's not really a list that you can make. Okay, well maybe they're coming Sunday night. If you saw the night before, then they must be going out Sunday night. But as a subscriber, oh Joe, so you're not a subscriber to Trade Ideas. You are. I didn't think the emails were going out to subscribers. Because subscribers can just take, oh, I see, not emails, okay. Because you can, Monday morning, all you have to do is check the channel. It's right, they're all here, and the strength alert's right here. Oh, okay, I see, on the channel bar. Oh yeah, so it's possible, I'm sure Michael is making the change Sunday night. Yes, I got you, okay. Now I understand. Well, guys, CGA is screaming higher again. Look at what a move it's had from about 2 weeks ago, 568 up to 1587. I mean, this still has, it's a very low float, 5.7 million in the float. So when you look left on that monthly chart, what do we see? Wow, so the next high looking left is about 1750, right up here. How did I find CGA 2 weeks ago? How did I find it? I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, are you talking the AI? Ah, well, I can't tell you how the AI found it. I mean, obviously it met some filter requirements. Are you sure that that happened? Let me just make sure here. I don't see that I don't see that the AI was in this one 2 weeks ago, because there'd be a little buy flag somewhere. Unless you see a buy flag on a daily chart or a weekly or a monthly, but on the I just to make sure that my indicators were, I hadn't removed them, but there's no buy flag here, so I'm not sure. None at Interactive Brokers either for CGA, for shorts. You too, Sam. I will. Did that? You had a question a long time ago about the symbols not loading. Did they finally start loading for you in Brokerage Plus by doing a reboot or something? CRCT. Let's take a look at that one. Another China. Is it? No, it's not China. Okay. Oh, this is a. All right. So this is an IPO, pretty successful one from 4 weeks ago. All right, guys. So I want to remind you two stocks. Okay, this should be full tomorrow. Okay, earnings plays, whether they're up or down. Only two today. They should be full tomorrow and going forward for probably a month. You too, JB. Well, this tattooed chef continues down. This should be interesting tomorrow. Let's see what it's all. You know, like they almost make it sound like they were hiding it. You know, the fact that the CFO resigned last week. Yeah, I'm leaving that alone. I'm going to be. All right, we have a. Come on, come back one more time so I can ban you forever. Yeah, well, Zach called it early. He said, looks like it's going higher. So, all right, guys, I think I'll wrap this up. Yeah, it's so tricky that I don't care about it. I'm not gonna bother. Yeah, see, the problem with trying to short this one is that with only 16 million in the float, I mean, to me, it looks like a short. I mean, look at the topping tails on the 15-minute chart. We have two fairly big ones, okay? The problem is that float is that if all of a sudden somebody says, you know what, let's just take it, and then they run it. You know, look, the reverse can happen. But these are big topping tails, and I mean, to me, this looks like a short all the way. But with that float, you know, it doesn't take that. I mean, it doesn't take that much to move it down, but it doesn't take that much to move it up either with that float. So that's what makes it, to me anyway, makes it tricky. But on the surface, with these two topping tails right there, man, it looks like it wants to just you know, fall. You're welcome, guys. Just yeah, too late. Okay, well, this is K&L. I mean, this is the buyout by what's the name of it? MLHR. So it's having a little bit of a pop. I know it showed up in the options. I wouldn't get too excited about it. And it's totally tied to the share price. So let's just take a look at MLHR and see what it's doing. Yeah, so you can see K&L. I mean, it's totally tied to the share price because MLHR is buying K&L. I think it's for $11 cash plus stock. So as this moves higher, so will K&L. As this moves lower, so will K&L. Any specific news on this one? I know it's a China stock. I don't know if there's any specific news for this one, but what a run. This is basically a triple from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days ago. Not quite a triple. All right, guys, I think I'm going to wrap it up. Unless there are any questions, I'll wrap this up. Yes, no, yes, no. All right, guys, well, we'll do all this over again. Tomorrow, I guarantee we'll have more earnings plays, so it should be a little more interesting. At least we can take a look at some earnings plays. So it'll be a little more interesting, even if it's just earnings plays. So I'll open the room tomorrow. Just give me a moment here. At know, why did that happen? Ah, I know, I'm talking to myself. So I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. I know, that's what I'm saying. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we shall see you then. Bye-bye.